Do a little circuit of open meeting law
Oh, yeah.
update refresher.
Never did burn anything
Yeah,
down.
yeah, it'd be a good idea.
Here's the right one.
Well,
Yes,
I like them that way. They're very juicy.
absolutely, yeah,
Fine line.
yeah,
This-
of course. Thank you.
Now, is that one in the right place?
Okay.
In the right meeting? It must be, but usually we have the option on the bottom, we've got all those to mute things. And
Oh, you don't? You've never done that before, huh?
I haven't. I don't know if anybody else has.
Okay.
I mean, all I do with it is I accept them, I open them,
Oh.
I read them, and I hand them to whoever's.
Okay.
They're all there except those.
okay,
Because
thanks.
I looked it up online and it said, and literally.
Yeah, I wonder, hey, Emma, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I don't think so. We're already at 8:33, so we'll go ahead and go
And Mike said.
and we'll try to figure it out.
He knew.
So, maybe, would you mind calling David and just seeing if he's right there, his card's right there,
He goes, oh, we didn't get any for sure.
and maybe get some thoughts from him, or if Tim's available, maybe.
Okay. And thankfully, we found that spot.
And if you come up with something, let us know. We can always take a quick break and fix something if we need to. That's fine too.
But it was a bit.
It was a bit.
Sure.
So I need to tell department heads.
That'd be great. Okay.
Quote, let's call it a quote, not a bid, so we don't have a formal bid process, and I can
Right.
understand that, so
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Well, and Mike, I think Mike is.
So Jim is driving.
Whatever you get.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Yeah.
God, that's horrible.
Yeah, well, I think, to me, it's just a matter of having a discussion as
She
to
was
how
really good friend.
the RTC funds are supposed to flow, or the diesel tax funds are supposed to flow
County, California.
into the RTC. And then I guess the other is what we're talking about is, can we then transfer them to the road department, or does the project just need to be done at the RTC?
Yeah.
I think he's pretty good.
Yes, to me, it seems to me you'd be able to just transfer.
Mr. French is gone again. Oh, he has.
Shouldn't have, I mean.
Huh?
Okay, in the 250,000, we can say it's for road-based salt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? We could say what it's for, and we could put the roads if we wanted to. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because like everything else, things change. And then you could transfer the money over, so at least you'd have a paper trail of what it's
This one is
for,
for
how much was transferred, and then that would be within, then it would just be transferred to your road
Here,
department.
and he's asking for.
Yeah, we just need to look at that to find out if that's something we can do.
For it. So
I think we're ready to go.
Ready?
We won't have.
I gotta
We
wait.
missed one. Yeah. See, you stopped. You always lose them. Oh, my.
Yeah, so I think that's the way we'll proceed.
I'll talk with Gina and somebody else.
And somebody else, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Sam.
Yeah, that was something.
Okay, I guess we are, did Tipton leave again?
He's right here. He's just coming, I guess. Let's see here. I don't see him yet.
You see him on? No. Okay.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay, good morning, everyone. This is Monday, November 26th,
I don't know.
2nd, 2021. I'd like to call to order the Humboldt County Board of Commissioners. If you'd please join me, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I am just checking, Commissioner French, do we have you online or on the phone? Maybe not. Okay, well, I'll check again later. I think Commissioner French is traveling today and is supposed to try to join us. So begin with public comment. Is there any public comment for the Humboldt County Board of Commission meeting? There will be public comment again at the end. If you're online or on a phone, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Doesn't appear to be, so we'll move on to item 4, which is approval of minutes. We don't have any.
You didn't get any this time, no?
Then it takes us to item 5, approval of expenditures for Humboldt County from November 9th, 2021 through November 22nd, 2021. Minutes have been around. Everyone's seen them. Is there any questions?
Expenditures.
Expenditures. Any questions about the expenditures? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the expenditures for Humboldt County for November 9th, 2021 through November 22nd, 2021 as presented.
Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Commissioner French, are you on yet?
Jim, it's *6 to unmute your phone. He's just coming back in right now.
Okay, well, motion passes. Item 6 is Water Asset Management, Winnemucca Farms presentation. Eric Hall will present an update on developments with Water Asset Management and Winnemucca Farms. This is for informational only. I met Eric at the Winnemucca Futures and asked him if he wouldn't mind coming here and updating us on what's happening at Winnemucca Farms and maybe tell us a little bit of what their plans are.
Great. Well, I'm Eric Hull. I'm the general manager out at Winnemucca Farms, and I have with me.
I'm Jody Stevens. I am the asset manager for the state of Nevada, which obviously encompasses Winnemucca Farms.
So we're both from U.S. Water and Land, and obviously Winnemucca Farms has been a part of the community a lot of years, and we as a company have been invested in Nevada a long time, since the 70s. And our presence on the farm has been roughly 11 years now. And we're going to just give you some brief outline of the farm and what it looks like.
We'll just go into the farm a little bit, and I think a really important piece of this, there's a lot of misinformation about what the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project is about, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And first and foremost, we want y'all to know that we are going to continue operating the farm. We have no desire to buy and dry the farm, which we all know tried to happen in the South, but the farmers won that battle. And so we want to keep an ongoing farming operation. We think that's just really important, just because there's a lot of misinformation. And so what Eric and I are doing, and what the team has been doing, is we are working with stakeholders. And so we presented to Pershing County last month. We're waiting for a decision if they're going to agree to work with us and pull their protest to our application that we filed on floodwaters on the Humboldt River. And there would be junior rights on the Humboldt River. 300,000 acres is what we applied for, and Pershing County Water Conservation District is the one who filed that lawsuit, there's a lot going on. There was a lawsuit, but one of the people who filed a protest. And so they're considering at their next meeting withdrawing that protest and being partners with us on the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project. So,
So basically the situation we're in is we want to be working with stakeholders. We don't want to be dictating anything. On the contrary, we're just, like I shared with Ron, our goal is to come up with a solution to help the stresses on the river and help with the problems on the river that people are facing. And we don't even want or need to control it if we don't, so we'll go into more details of what the whole project is, but just have it be known that we don't have a desire to control the water. We don't have a desire to dictate where it goes. We don't have a desire to anything. What we have a desire to do as a project is to come up with a solution that we obviously can get some monetary gain on, but the goal is to come up with a solution that works for everybody.
And work with the stakeholders to decide exactly what the parameters of that solution are. So I think that's very important. I'm glad you pointed that out, Eric. When Governor Sandoval, I want to say it was about 10 years ago, Leo Drozdoff, he was the Director of Conservation and Natural Resource at the time. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Leo. He's actually working with us on this project. They put together a commission trying to figure out, okay, there's the water in Nevada needs to be inventoried. We need to see what's going on. We need to see what some of the solutions. And obviously the Humboldt system was one of the areas they focused on. And what the commission decided is, and I'm sorry, I can't think of the name of that. I'm happy to get that and email it out to you. I just don't have it off the top of my head. But one of the items that they found would be helpful would be storage on the river. Yes, there's the Rye Patch Reservoir and the Taylor Pit Lake, and there's another pit lake that is storage, but something that was in between Elko and Pershing County to help mitigate some of the flow issues. And that's where we come in, and we believe that an aquifer storage and recovery project, in times of flows, we want to capture the water that usually goes out into the Humboldt sink. We want to capture that, put it onto the farm in a reservoir, and either inject it, or it could seep into the ground. We're still working on the science. We're at the very beginning of the science of this project, and store it on the farm, and then work with the water master and the state engineer's office on when we would release that water back into the river. And so the water would be diverted into the river, stored on the farm, and then work with the stakeholders, obviously the water master and the state engineer's office, and on the best time to release that. Additionally, and this is something we presented to Pershing County, the evaporation rate of Rye Patch and the Taylor Lakes, where their water is stored, this would be significantly less. Evaporation.
Yeah, we don't know how much loss that there is. We know it's significantly less, but we do know how much loss Rye Patch has, and it's upwards of 55% a year. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is to come up with a solution that could have significantly less loss year over year, so that we could then be able to support some of the, I guess there's a lot of stress on the river right mm-hmm. now, and support that stress and shore up the resource.
Yeah. So, and it's just some of the numbers. Again, we're still sciencing this. So if sciencing is a word, traditionally ASR system loses between 8 to 15%, which compare favorably to the evaporation losses at the Pitt, Taylor, and Rye Patch reservoirs, which are between 40 and 80%. And so what we presented to Pershing County is, hey, if this is something that you would be interested in, we, have enough capacity under the farm to store that water and then release as necessary. And again, as Eric indicated, we're not trying to dictate how that deal looks. We want to work with the stakeholders and see exactly the best way to partner and work with that.
So the basic structure of the project is there's a diversion down on the river. We figure out, we receive our indications from the Humboldt River Authority when it is time for us to be able to pump water based on everybody else's senior rights getting water. That water would be pumped up, treated to at least the quality of the water in the aquifer or better. And then we would utilize the farm's wells to inject, or maybe new wells, or maybe a rapid infiltration basin. The key to this whole thing is we've only spent a small amount of money on engineering up to this point. And so we're at this point now where we're coming to the stakeholders, we're sharing information with people like yourselves, with Pershing County. And once we can get some amount of confidence that, hey, yeah, this would be a good thing for the river, then we're going to move forward on the bulk of the investment for the study. So we're not wanting to put shovels in the ground yet. What we're trying to do is from right here, put a lot more effort and a lot more time into studying what it looks like, and what we would put in an application for an ASR project. So I think, that basically is the rundown of how it would work. And we don't have a lot of technical data for you, but we do have some basic understanding of what we want to look at and how we want to proceed. And we didn't want this to be a surprise to anybody, so that's why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You ready for some questions?
If there's any questions, yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a plan, I guess you'd call it, that we heard about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I think Sam
I was
brought
going
it
to
to
say
the commission.
Sam.
Yeah. And there's a lot of questions or just a lot of questions. Like, I think you may have answered some of this, like who would manage it, who would make the call of when you could basically begin storing it,
Right.
and when you can start pumping it back out. Would it be the state or the company?
Yeah.
Who
So
would-
Go ahead.
we just, basically that's what we're trying to figure out right now. And the reality is everybody has the stakeholders on the river, those who have water rights, the municipalities, the counties, the water districts, they all have senior water rights to what this would be.
This would be a junior water right.
And this would be a junior water right. And so we have to take our indications from, obviously,
From the state and
the
from
state.
the river master. They would let us know when it was in a time of flood where we could withdraw our water rights at that time. We would work with we are not trying to create a new legal body or change the laws in that manner. We would work under the current existing system, and we understand our priority is a junior priority.
Okay.
If granted.
And who do you envision benefiting from this? Would it only be downstream users, or could upstream users also benefit?
I don't really know the answer to that question.
Well, I think the upstream users could benefit in that just because obviously there's the Pershing County lawsuit that was water district that was settled. They believe that dewatering is causing some issues. And so, we may be able to work with the upstream users in that regard and to help better manage that. As far as pumping water back up, that is not something that has been discussed.
But yeah, I know there's a lot to be figured out here, but maybe some water could be released so that upstream users could use what's in what little there is in the river. The upstream users could use that, and the storage could supplement what is used upstream, something like
Yeah.
that, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, those are very excellent technical questions that once we get into the science, and we do have engineering and scientists on that, once we start doing that, we're happy to, once some decisions have been made, share some information with you. We don't have that information right now.
I sit here and I think about all the cool things there's a lot of cool things you
Yeah.
can do with it, so.
And you plan storing this somewhere on the property you own already on the
Mhm.
farm? Anybody else have any questions?
I do. Years ago, when they transferred the water down to Rye Patch from, is that Elko County or Eureka County? Where's that?
It's in Battle Mountain.
Yeah.
Just north of Battle
But I
Mountain.
mean, we saw a huge marshland dried up,
Mhm.
and I doubt that could happen in today's world. But my question is if you do this and you take floodwaters and whatnot, as junior water rights out of the Humboldt sink, or after everybody's water has been met for the year, you start to put water into this underground storage system. What happens to all of the springs that are in the river from this point out here down to Rye Patch?
Well, the Department of Wildlife has a senior water right to us that it's significant, and I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'm happy to look into, but it's like 200,000, 100,000 acres somewhere in there. And again, I'll get you the exact number. But the Department of Wildlife has water rights that would be senior to ours before we could even start pulling that. So those would, it's my understanding that those would be compensated in what the Department of Wildlife in their water right. Those would be held whole there. And again, it's a lot of science that needs to happen to ensure, but that's the understanding of how we've designed the project.
That's a concern to me, wildlife issues of it. If you dry those springs up when you're using that water to put into storage, then you kill a stretch of the river.
No, absolutely. You're talking to a rural Nevada girl. I was born and raised in Hawthorne, Nevada. I get you gotta go hunting. There's wildlife in there. Understand all of that, and that has been taken into consideration. We just don't have the final science for you today.
Yeah, that's the whole point of this is we've spent a small amount of money, considering relative to the bulk of the money that would be spent for a project. And so as we develop out the plan and when we present an application for an ASR, then it'll be all figured out. The hope would be that an ASR would make a little bit more consistent the flows. So that's the goal, is to make the flows consistent, because you take it out in a flood year and then in the dry years, you keep the flows consistent so that the downstream users have the water. And hopefully that's a good thing, but we don't know. We have to figure that out, so.
And you're right, in this world, in this day and age, it would be very difficult to dry up anything for wildlife.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's not our goal.
Did I hear you say you might be pumping your wells into the storage as well? I mean,
No,
that wouldn't
using
make
the
sense, but-
existing pump, existing structure well system on the farm,
Yeah.
taking advantage of that.
Commissioner French on?
Yes.
Commissioner French, I would think this is something you'd have some questions for if you're on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great.
Do you have any
I've
questions?
been struggling with that. Yeah, I do actually. The acquisition of water rights that the Department of Wildlife made at the Dumpy, that piece of marsh that's just upstream from Battle Mountain that Commissioner Tipton's talking about. The whole idea behind that acquisition was to hydrate those soils again, which is essentially based on the estimates that I had heard when they initially were looking into that water rights, that there's 400,000 or 500,000 acre feet of water that if you fully hydrated that entire basin, that Dumpy marsh area that was been dry since Pitt Taylor Reservoir was built, there'd be a huge amount of storage upstream from Battle Mountain if that's allowed to hydrate. And then the other one that I wonder about is the Humboldt Wildlife Management Area that's a part of the Humboldt Sink. And so if the plan is to store water upstream above the Humboldt sink, in the understanding that that water is wasted once it makes it to the Humboldt sink, I think is kind of erroneous, as that water from a wildlife perspective has huge value. So I'm just bouncing a couple of things off of you. I know folks from the Department of Wildlife will probably have plenty more to say.
No, absolutely. And we'll meet with the Department of Wildlife. And again, this would be our water right would be junior to what the Department of Wildlife. So that, and obviously from land or where we would store, that would be, we would get the water after the land or the water that you're talking about, Commissioner French. And we understand that some of the floodwaters do go into the Humboldt sink, but there's still, the Department of Wildlife does have a senior water right. And the Department of Wildlife is one of the stakeholders that we're going to talk to. We just started with Pershing County. You guys requested the meeting, so we're meeting with you, and we will absolutely meet with the Department of Wildlife. We're not trying to surprise anyone with this. We're just trying to, like, hey, we think we have part of the solution, and here's our project.
In the water, we don't even have, it's not like it's earmarked to go any specific place. So maybe wildlife desires to have some of that water and it works for them to do so. We don't have any of it slated to go specifically anywhere. It will stay in the river system. It's just where it goes.
When it's released.
We have to hash that all out with Pershing County, with
Department
the
of Wildlife.
Department of Wildlife.
River Basin Authority. It's just, this would be a management tool.
Yeah, a tool to put of those who need more tools.
Great, thank you.
Any questions? Well, it's an interesting concept. I don't think it's one that's going to be easily figured out either. I think it's not going to be easily to convince everyone that it's a great idea either. But I think they will be. It's important to us, to the county, that the water that we do have, that and Winnemucca Farms has a lot of it, that it doesn't leave this basin. You know, it's part of our water plan is that, as you know, we're not in favor of interbasin transfers, even though that we see that the rurals, or not the rurals, but the urban areas are in increasing need of more water. And the water up here is going to look pretty inviting, and they're going to want it.
And this project is completely separate than anything else. This is the aquifer storage and recovery project to help manage the Humboldt system. That's what this project is. That's what we're here talking about today.
Well, I don't need to be, myself, I don't need to be convinced that more storage is the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Underground storage, I'm not familiar with that and how it works and stuff, but had we have more reservoirs in the Humboldt River, we wouldn't be facing a lot of the ups and downs of these droughts that we are.
Mm-hmm.
But it's difficult these days to get those types of projects approved. And
yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm interested in hearing more about this as you put this plan together. So if you do make some headway on this and you keep us updated, we'd certainly appreciate that.
We have an open door policy. We'll have conversations. We are not trying to hide anything from anyone or trying to change anyone. We believe this can be a part of the solution.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French.
Go ahead, Commissioner French.
I had one additional question before these folks slip away. We talked about the Humboldt River system, and in total out down through the Humboldt sink, and I'm curious about the concept as it revolves around floodwaters and spillage coming from Chimney Reservoir on the Little Humboldt. Have they thought about that as well?
It's been contemplated. Everybody that knows the farm, which I think a lot of people in this room and on this meeting do, there's a lot of water that comes down and it just sort of disappears down in the sand dunes. And disappears is not a good term because it does go somewhere, right? So there is some contemplation about in those flood years, which are very, very seldom, on that little Humboldt. But you can see out there on the east side of the farm where it does flood quite a bit. And we have contemplated, some of the things that we could do to take that resource and make it more usable, and less destructive too. I mean, you probably have, the county commission has probably approved some road repairs on that Dutch Flat Road in the past. So I think that is another very good question that we would love to answer and love to figure out, but we haven't come up with a good solution yet. So.
Okay. Well, I think
Great,
definitely
thank you.
we've seen some type of change, climate change. I can remember as a kid, I was raised in this area, that the Humboldt River used to flood a lot more than it does today. So did the Paradise Valley area. A lot of came down to where the farm is now, and it was flooded. 5 out of 10 years almost. It seemed to me. Maybe it wasn't. But yeah, I don't know how many times today that river floods. Maybe 1 in 10 years. So whether or not
1 in 7.
1 in 7.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, we've started to talk and try to understand what that looks like, because obviously we don't want to take on a project that doesn't make sense.
Pencil out. Mhm.
Yeah, so that's something we've looked at, and yeah, we come up with 1 in 7, and we came up with that number not on our own, but we came up with that number with the Humboldt River Authority and how it looked. So yeah.
And we
Okay.
know this isn't an every year thing. None of us would be here today if we had lots of water here in Nevada.
Yeah.
Maybe more of us would be.
No, we don't want more people here. Well, I don't.
Good.
Well, we really appreciate your time and coming to address the commission on water, which is going to be important, and it's going to get more important as we go into the future. So.
And we promise just to keep in touch as we make progress, and we'll just keep in touch, and happy to come back and answer any questions. And when we actually start getting more into the science, we'll make sure to bring our scientists out here and probably our attorney at some point, so you guys can ask them the really tough questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Commissioner French, you have no more questions? We'll let these people sit down.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Not too far.
We're going to table this one, but I'll explain it.
Okay. We are on
7.
Oh, yeah, please, thank you.
7, final approval of library bathroom renovation and ADA upgrade. Consideration, discussion, possible bid from Ormaza Construction for the Humboldt County Library bathroom renovation and ADA upgrade in an amount not to exceed $281,868, subject to the district attorney's review and approval. For discussion, possible action. Mr. Mendiola.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, County Manager. So we're going to table this today. And the reason for that is in the statute that allows us to use Ormaza Construction, and I'll go through the process here in a second, also requires that we alert the public that we are going to use them, since they were, their bid came in after the deadline. We haven't done that yet, so we need to still do that. So we're going to need a little time. But essentially what happens, we put this out to bid. We also reached out to local contractors that might be interested, and nobody wanted to respond, and nobody did respond. Ormaza was trying to beat the deadline. They found out about this late in the game, but they were a few days behind. They finally did get, since we didn't get any bids on the job, we asked them for a quote. They did come in. It is about $86,000 over what we had budgeted, which is not terribly surprising in this day and age. But again, in order to really to be able to accept this and move forward, we do have to advertise this, and Wendy can explain a little more on that.
Wendy Maddox, Deputy DA. Just to add to that, County Manager Mendiola did a good job of explaining. However, we will do a notice as we did with the invitation to bid that essentially says no bid received. That allows other people to put in a bid within a certain period of time. So it may not be Ormaza Construction that comes back as the lowest bidder, but we're required by statute to do a brief no bid received notice and get a response, and we can bring this item back to you for consideration
So we're basically opening it up again for bids
for a brief period of time.
for a brief period. Okay. And it has to be advertised in the Humboldt Sun and
Correct.
everything. Okay. So we'll just table that for now. Item 8, update on capital projects approved in the fiscal year 2022 budget for possible action. County Manager Dave Mendiola will provide an update on activities related to capital projects that were approved as part of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget, including requests to approve that Cushing Terrell Architects, CTA, move forward with engineering design plans for the Justice and District Court renovation and possibly the courthouse entryway renovation. Discussion and possible action. Yeah, last week we had the contract with Cushing Terrell Architects came up, and I signed it, and Dave and I had a discussion, and I thought it might be, we both thought that it might be best that the commission understand how we're going to move forward with the capital projects. As we all recall, we struggled with that when we went through budget on whether or not we thought we could or should approve all those projects for fiscal year 2021. And Dave has some ideas on he knows how he wants to proceed on this, and so he's going to tell us from his perspective on how he wants to do this. I think I got that right.
You got it right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Mendiola. So we learned pretty quickly about the condition of our construction industry, not just here, but everywhere. We did have a kickoff meeting with CTA about the project specifically for the courtrooms, Justice and District Court, and the entryway to the courthouse. And it was just a pretty basic meeting that they provided us a timeline of how they thought it would come together. And it became pretty obvious that here we are in November, late November, and we haven't started the final design. As you recall, they did the initial design when we did the master courthouse plan. That was about 1.5 years ago. But so there now, what we thought we would do is there's no way, even if we wanted to, okay, there's no way we could do all the projects that we approved. So what we've decided to do, and I think the commission was in agreement with this when we talked earlier, that we really needed to focus on the courtroom upgrades because of the requirement to have, originally it was a 6-person jury, now it's a 12-person jury for domestic violence cases. And so we're going to have to change that design to somehow accommodate 12 jury seats in there. But essentially, based on the timeline that we talked about this last week, we wouldn't even get the final design and an RFP out until June of 22, which means we won't have construction bids in until July sometime or early August, and which means we wouldn't even be able to break ground until late 22. So that kind of gives you an idea. The money, let's just take that example. We set aside about $3.8 million dollars for the courtroom renovation as well as the entryway. And so we won't even spend, $500,000 to get all the design done and anything else that we can do, which, by the way, we'll have to bring in temporary housing. We're talking about putting it over in the parking lot area so that we can completely move both courts out of the building because the noise will be untenable. There's no way they could carry on court during that time. So, and the other part we talked about, I asked the question, and by the way, Commissioner Hill, the next meeting, we want you to start being a part of that so we can get, when we start digging down into the weeds with this thing, because I know you were part of the original part of this. But so one thing that came up was, do we do both the entryway court courtroom or the courthouse entryway and the other one. And again, based on Mike Shepard's comments as well as CTA, the answer was it'd be best to do them at the same time because first of all, you're moving the courts out of their building completely, so it's available. And number two, if you mobilize a construction company, you only want to do it once. It's going to save you a lot of money. If you try to do them separately, you're going to you're going to have to shut down something twice. So the thought process is we bring in some short-term housing that we can put courtrooms in, both the district and justice courts. And then that way we can do both of them at the same time. So that's going to take in the end about 2 years to finish the entire thing. So with that in mind, as you can see, our capital projects are going to take 3-4 years. It's just the way it is right now. And again, something could change during that course of time that would allow us to do more if we chose to. But for right now, I think all focus just needs to be on that at this point in time. So that's the plan right now. That's the update. So buildings and grounds building, that will just wait. We'll tackle that down the road somewhere. And we will try to do the library one as we talked about in the earlier item. That one's been designed for quite some time. It's ready to go. It looks like we have at least one contractor that's willing to do the job. So we'll see if anybody else comes forward with this advertisement. But in general, that's one that we can get that out of the way. And then, because we won't be able to really start this until late 22, the courtroom and entryway. So that's the current plan. The others are on hold and we'll kind of go from there.
And so we wouldn't begin the engineering and architecture designs and stuff until we were ready to go.
Right. Well, I think what we'll do is just get down the road. I really think our focus needs to be on those because the other one that's going to come up is the Grass Valley Wastewater Treatment Facility. And that right now it's starting to build and I'm starting to get busier and busier as we start to plan. We're really looking for money right now from the ARPA funds and different other sources. That engineering report that we've been waiting on should be ready in January. So we'll be able to report back to you on what the plan is there. We're meeting this week to talk about specific parcels where the wastewater treatment facility will be located. And we're also going to talk about the expansion of that project. As you recall, about 2 meetings ago, we talked about just capturing Gold Country and Star City water systems. Because there's so much money available and we're being told that everybody's looking, when I say everybody, the state and the federal government is looking for places to put it, we thought we might want to just take advantage of it and expand this thing and get as many people online as possible. So it's going to be a large number, but we might as well take advantage of the opportunity and see if we can expand that. So that's going to make us very busy as well. So in the meantime, to your question, we'll just wait. We'll kind of go down the road here, and depending upon the progress we make, we may come back to you and say, hey, are we ready to go ahead and do the plans for, let's say, the buildings and grounds? But other things have to happen well before that, for example.
Well, we approved considerable amount of money for architecture and engineering, $500,000, I believe. Mm-hmm. So I'm just reluctant in my mind, and I don't know how all this stuff works, but to get ahead of ourselves too far when ideas change, when new things may come up that would change all that architectural and engineering design and just require us to put more money in it if we get too far ahead of ourselves. I'd like to see it, if we're going to be working on the courthouse or the new sewer plant at Grass Valley, that the commission know that the engineers are working, let us know that the engineers are working on these projects as it's needed. Does that make sense?
Well, and the other part of that too, Dave Mendiola, is as we go through the budget process, starting up again, in March, we're going to have the same conversations of what are we going to budget for in the fiscal year 23, starting July 1 of 22. So we're going to have several discussions about those projects in general, so we can make those decisions as we go, based on where we are on everything from revenues or or the projects themselves, if they're delayed even further, or maybe they're sped up. So we'll have a lot of decisions. We're going to be talking a lot about this over the coming year.
So like, we approved all those projects last year. Would we have to, in the next budget year, approve them again? Or we did it once and it carries through? I don't
Now, I think we'd have to redo it again because
Every year?
every budget year is a budget year. So if you don't use it, it just stays in the ending fund balance. And then we'd have to come back and reapprove something again for the next year.
Okay. Anybody else?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Mendiola, on the housing for courts, you would suggest it would be out in the parking lot here. With the housing situation that we have all over the West right now, do you think those housing units are available?
Well, what it would be is there are companies that specifically do that. They put in modular systems. So we've identified one group out of Idaho, another group out of Colorado that does that kind of thing. As a matter of fact, there was a sponsor there at the Futures meeting that does that for the mining community all over Northern Nevada. So those were the people, they're kind of not really related. They have already manufactured all their stuff. They just then modularly put them together in whatever configuration you want. So yeah, it would really have no effect on that.
And what about the money in our budgets that were improved for the resurfacing of the parking lots? How much of that's been done? How much of it will get done this next year?
I don't recall that we had anything for the parking lots, not this year. We have in the past.
We had something in there for the fairgrounds, or maybe it was striping, huh?
Well, it could be striping, and it definitely would be the fairgrounds may be doing, but that's a separate budget. That's the WCVA or Ag District 3. So that wouldn't have any effect on it. But what we do need to do over there, because we don't want to just take up, because as you can imagine, we're going to take up quite a bit of room over there. What we're going to try to avoid is taking up the sheriff's parking area, for example. That house that's on the end, which will come to you on December 13th on Malarkey here, I think it's not 534, but anyway, it's the one closest to the courthouse here. That one has now been abandoned by the renter there. It was a long-term lease, and that house is ready to fall apart. The foundation is completely ruined. The house really needs to come down. So we're going to get, we need to get the asbestos people in there to look at it. We need to get the demolition people to look at it and price it out. So what the thought process is, we get that done this year, since we're not going to spend money on a lot of other capital projects. We'll get that house leveled. The other one will be leveled as soon as we can get the construction company down here. That one's already been approved over on Bridge Street. And then what we'll do, the civil work we're doing, we'll flatten those out. And they've already got water and power to both sites. So that would be the perfect place to be able to put the courts over there. Because that's probably going to last a year to 18 months that the courts need to be over there. So that's the plan. That's the thought process right now.
Is there I'm assuming Judge Montero indicated that he'd be willing to look at contributing to the construction renovation as well. And is that talk ongoing with you or who and Judge Montero?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So yeah, we've had that discussion several times. The number that he's thrown out early on was about 400,000 towards that. We're going to have to wait until the final design is done for both, because he also added on he wants a escape ramp off the side of this building right here across from the commission room, so that right now they have only one way out. So if a fire or something started in the main body of the building, they really have no way to get out. So we're going to put a fire escape right outside here and be able to come right down that way. So that's going to add some cost to the project as well. So once we get the final design, the projected costs, then he'll pay his portion, but I think he's willing to pay even more. So.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay. And I guess we're ready to move on. There's nothing else. Thank you. Item 9, Commissioner, I didn't see Commissioner French and weigh in, did he?
Let's see here.
Comptroller resolution to establish Nevada 95-80 RDA fund, possible action, and a financial report from information only. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval of a resolution to establish the Nevada 95-80 Regional Development Authority RDA fund. Resources are anticipated in the coming weeks from GOED, and this fund needs to be established before the revenue is to be received. The Economic Development Officer's salary benefits are currently in the county manager's budget, and half the salary benefits and services and supplies are paid by the city of Winnemucca through cost share agreement. For discussion and possible action. Morning, Gina.
Good morning, Commissioners. Comptroller Gina Buckley for the record. So pretty self-explanatory. You guys are all aware that we have accepted and the state has approved the 9580 Regional Development Authority. So this will allow us to establish that fund within our chart of accounts so that we can keep all of those expenses and revenues separate. We are anticipating receiving money from GOED, the Nevada Governor's Office on Economic Development, soon. So having this fund open and established with the Department of Taxation and our auditors ahead of time is very important. This will require a little bit of an amendment, though, if you do choose to vote to approve this resolution. Jan Morrison brought to my attention late last week that in our additional resources, we also need to identify the words from the federal government. So I've mentioned the state of Nevada, city of Winnemucca, and potential transfers from county funds. We're going to start by saying federal government, state of Nevada, the city of Winnemucca, and potential transfers. This will allow her to apply for grant funds, in which she does have one that needs to be submitted by noon on December 1st. So I've checked with legal counsel, Wendy, and she has said that that is fine as long as your motion states to, if you so choose, to vote to adopt this resolution as revised to include the words from the federal government.
Okay. This is all part of our approving the creation of this. This is how we fund it.
Yes.
Has everyone looked at the resolutions? Is there any concerns or questions about it?
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the resolution establishing a new fund titled Nevada 9580 Regional Development Authority Fund, and to include the words from the federal government to start with.
Okay. Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Okay.
Thank you. And for a financial update, I don't really have a lot right now. It's kind of a quiet time of year, thankfully. Gives me a little bit of a break to work on audit and get that done, and working with our auditors so that we can get a presentation to you guys. We will probably have to ask for an extension just because with only one meeting in December to try to get everything done and in, and Andre, so that you guys have time to review the documents and so forth. It'll probably happen the first meeting in January, but from the Committee of Local Government Finance meeting that we had last week, it sounds like this is kind of hearing this a lot from a lot of entities this year. So that's about all I have.
Okay. Any questions for Gina? No. Thank you, Gina. Item 10 is County Clerk approval of a 2-year agreement with Runback Election Services to handle ballot printing and mailing services for upcoming elections. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of a 2-year agreement with Runback Election Services to handle ballot printing and mailing services for upcoming elections, subject to the district attorney's review and approval, and authorization for the chairman to sign the agreement following said review. So I'll turn it over to you, Tammy. You're the county clerk.
So we have always had contracts for ballot preparation and printing. In recent years, probably about the last 12, we have worked with a company out of Southern California. Runbeck is a company that's in a number of other counties in Humboldt, in Nevada, and is actually pursuing contracts in the majority of the counties in Nevada. So it'll centralize that printing process as well as hopefully reduce some of the costs that are associated because they're doing it pretty much across the state. It is a 2-year contract. They wanted 4, but I wanted to give them a test to see how they handled before we extended it any further. It is time sensitive based on the fact that apparently there is a paper shortage along with everything else from chips to cars to everything else, I guess. And so we are on a deadline of, I believe it's December 15th in order to get our contract signed and entered in order for them to make the stock order that they need to cover the number of ballots and such. I wasn't able to work up an estimate for you. My election staff member was out of the office last week due to issues with health. So, and it's hard to predict because, as you know, with the passage of certain bills in the last legislative session, regular legislative session, we essentially became a mail-in state with the option for people to opt out of that. So we need a better idea of how many are going to opt out before we know how many ballots will actually be sent out. And additionally, the state does always reimburse for ballot stock. That is standard, and they are working towards additional reimbursement to assist with the cost of the mail-in aspect of this election, so that may result in some cost savings as well. And I'm open to any questions.
Any questions? I have no questions either. It's something we have to do.
Have to do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, like I said, we always have paper ballots. We're obviously in a different situation this time, but additionally, just as a note, this company also does sample ballots, but we hold our sample ballots within the state of Nevada. The Legislative Council Bureau has done them for about the last 10 years for us. They do a wonderful job, and that keeps the money in state. Unfortunately, ballot stock and printing and such is a certification type of thing, and I'm not even aware if we have anybody in the state of Nevada that does it. Almost all the counties we used to all go to the California one. So
You have a budget.
yes, this is included in our budget, and it's a part of, like I said, even with this, we're well within our budget to cover this with the reimbursement that comes from the state.
Okay. With that, can I have a motion?
Yeah, I'd make a motion. Make a motion to approve a 2-year agreement with Runbeck Election Services for the ballot print and services subject to the district attorney's review and approval, and to authorize the chairman to sign the agreement.
Okay, thank you. Motion's on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passed unanimously. Are we at 10 o'clock yet? No?
Mr. Chair, I think if we did 11, because Don's going to weigh in on that, and then we can do 13 after that.
Okay. All right, 11 is set to public hearing, acceptance of Sabin Drive, Stirrup Street, and Spur Street into the Humboldt County road system. Consideration, discussion, possible set to public hearing acceptance of dedicated roads to county maintained roads to the county maintained road system pursuant to HCC 16.05.040 and NRS 403.180. This is for discussion and possible action.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So this is something I've been working on with the developers out in this area. These are the last couple roads to bring in for this subdivision. We currently maintain Rains Way and Saddlehorn in the subdivision. These are the last few. I've been working with the developer, bringing these up to our standards, and as of right now, they appear to be in good shape, and I agree with this request.
They finished the upgrades?
Yes.
Are these roads that would require like dust control?
Possibly, yes. Yeah, and again on that, you know, we would put mailers out to all the property owners along there and asking for their opinion on whether they want dust control or not. That's just kind of a standard thing because there's a lot of people that like it, a lot of people that don't.
Okay. Questions?
No, I don't have any. I'm aware of where the roads are. I agree, they're kind of the last pieces in that area.
Okay. We get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion and get myself back to where I need to be. Make a motion to set the public hearing, acceptance of Savant Drive, Stirrup Street and Spur Street into Humboldt County road system. Pursuant to HCC 16.05.040 and NRS 403.180.
Do we have to put in this at the discretion of the county?
No, just set to public hearing sufficient. Thank
Okay.
you.
Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Don, stay right there.
I think it passed unanimously. I didn't hear from
Yes.
Brent.
I have an aye.
Okay. It is unanimous. Item 13, Public Works Department's General Road Projects. A presentation by Humboldt County Public Works Director Don Kalkowski to update the board on road projects within Humboldt County. However, no action may be taken on the matter raised until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Back to you, Don.
Good morning again, Don Kalkowski, Humboldt County Public Works. So in the Denio area, we've performed some grading on the Bog Hot Road that goes from 140 out towards to Oregon. We've completed that this week and maybe part of next week. We're working on the yard area that we have in Denio. We have 13 acres that Humboldt County owns where we have a residence where our one of our operators lives. There's an agricultural well on that property. We're looking at developing that and creating a water stand for that. I can't remember exactly the water rights we have with that, but there's plenty in that location for us to utilize that for that area. There's a couple things that I'm probably going to bring back to you at some point with regards to this. And there's an old rock house on that property that is falling down. It's caught on fire on the inside. It's in really bad shape and a safety hazard. Larry, the gentleman, the operator that lives out there, he said there's people all the time that come across, jump the fence and go to take pictures of it and whatnot. And it's too much of a safety hazard in my eyes to leave it there. So at some point I'll bring that back to you and kind of get a determination on where we want to go with that. There's also an old rail car on the property that we'll probably look at maybe auctioning as is, where is, and let somebody have the thing. It's old, ancient wood. It's in pretty bad shape. If nobody wants it, we'll scrap it. So, but I'll bring that back to you. The town crew's been working on the sand dunes in Grass Valley. Golconda crews have been working on Eden Valley and Dutch Flat. Dutch Flat's one they've been adding some material to. It just kind of gets hammered from the Winnemucca farms during their harvests and stuff. So we tend to add material every other year or so to various locations along that road. Orovada crews have been working in the Orovada area. They've also been helping me out. They are flushing the sewer system up in McDermott. Recently, last week, my water wastewater guy was in a pretty bad accident and has been in ICU. He was released from ICU. Now he's back in ICU. So he's out for a little bit of time. So I'm covering that and asking these guys to help me out. So they're doing that, which takes quite a bit from me. Paradise Valley crew has also flushed the sewers out there to help us out. They've worked on Martin Creek, Lie Creek, the dump road, Chimney and Little Humboldt, just grading those and keeping those traversable. And then the last thing I have is working with BLM to get the MOU completed for Soldier Meadows. We have had an MOU with them where they take over maintenance of Soldier Meadows and we take over maintenance of Little Hawaii or Greeley Crossing Road. And that expired in June. I knew it was coming and I had been talking with BLM and things just went sideways and I totally let it go. So now we're back to the drawing board trying to get that all squared away. So shouldn't be an issue, but that's all I have.
How are you doing with personnel right now? Or you have all your road graders?
No, right now we're down 3 operator positions and then my water wastewater person's out for a while. Too. We do have interviews coming up. I believe it's December 2nd for 2 of our operator positions.
2?
Yep.
That means you got 2 applicants or?
No, so I have 3 open, but one of them I have to ask you for waiver of attrition policy.
Oh.
Because it had been filled for a few years. The other 2 positions were vacated early during the probationary period. So those were approved and.
Okay. Being able to take care of the roads like, we can't, like we need to? Or?
It's tough right now, especially, so right now I have 2 crews in the Winnemucca area. One that kind of covers the north side of I-80 and one that covers the south side. I've only got 1 water truck driver for those guys right now. And so he's kind of popping back and forth and helping them out as needed. Daniel Ferraro also helps out when, they're too far apart and they need the water a little more often than what the one driver can give them.
Did you get your new grader?
Not yet.
No? Or they're on order too, huh?
Last I heard, it's on order and it shouldn't be affected by the strike that John Deere's got going on. But
That's over.
it is over?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't, last I heard was December. We would be getting it.
Okay.
What about the Soldier Meadow Road? Have we ever reached out to see if we could get an MOU with Washoe County to take care of that little piece of road?
No, not that I know of. Are you aware of anything with that?
Well, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiel, so we've had an agreement with Washoe County in the past for a portion of that road. Some of it came into Humboldt County, but I think that kind of fell apart. And they were no longer willing for some of the same reasons. They were short people and they were no longer willing to take care of that issue. So, but it's probably worth looking into it to see if maybe they're back to full staff again. Because that helps a lot when they can do it from there.
Because they've got to have some roads close.
Well, they have a portion of Soldier Meadows that goes
they have
down.
a portion of it.
I can't remember how long it is, but they do have a portion of it. Now, that is a minor county road, and by statute, we really don't have any maintenance protocols for that. But we still feel an obligation that, we still have to maintain it. So. And to have our guys go over there, I mean, we're talking taking at least two of our crews and planting them over there for several weeks and being on per diem and, trucking all their equipment over there and running that thing. If we had two crews, it'd probably be at least 2 to maybe 3 weeks to get that road done.
Okay.
Which then everything else falls apart here.
Okay, any other questions for Don? Doesn't look like it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff?
I think, yes, Kevin Malone, Under Sheriff, is on the line.
Online.
I assume he's going to handle it from virtual.
Captain Malone, do we have you, Under Sheriff Malone, do we have you online?
Yeah, he's there, but
Maybe not.
maybe not.
So, can we go to here,
Let's go to,
liquor board?
yeah, we could go with Technology Services, which is 16.
Item 16.
Item 16. Rick, if you're ready.
Okay, we are going to come back to the sheriff and his requests. We're going to move to item 16. Move up to item 16, which is Technology Services Department request McDermott Telecommunications Project Phase 1 contract and request to buy computer equipment for possible action, consideration, discussion, and possible approval to award a contract for the McDermott Telecommunications Project Phase 1 and H.E. Honeywell Construction Company in an amount not to exceed $32,549 and subject to review and approval of the District Attorney's Office. The Technology Service Department is conducting a new public safety communication site, a new public safety communication site at McDermott, Nevada. Discussion and possible action. Morning, Rick.
Good morning, Rick Grantham, Humboldt County Technology Services. I believe we're going to do the McDermott site first. Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
Yeah. So this is just the civil work. We've received back a couple of RFPs, about 14,000, maybe a little less difference in cost. Talking to Michael Clay this morning on the phone. If this is approved, we might be able to start groundwork between next month and be completed by the end of January. And this is to level out the site, which there's a pretty big slope that goes off and then it just sort of drops off to the county property line. So this civil work will lead up to another RFP that'll be coming out to put in the foundation and the tower.
So this is just the groundwork.
Yes.
And are you putting it right up on top of the hill where the tower is?
Just north of the tower, yes.
Yeah, north of the water tank.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes,
The
north
water
of the
tank.
water tank,
Water tank, yeah.
which is being used as a tower right now.
Right, yeah, we currently use it as a tower, and so we identified this site because of its altitude, which gives us much better coverage for the entire valley back into Orovada. So this is another one which I was going to mention earlier when I was talking about capital projects. I thought I'd wait until now, but this is another one where, work is slow going just because of access to contractors and materials and things like that. So we're going to try to do as much work as we can on this year. One of the things that I did discover this year was that during the budget hearings last year, I had asked for $1 million specifically for phase 2, which is going to end up being a combination of things. But the board actually only approved 500,000 of that. So if in fact we can get not only the civil work done, but if we can get some stuff done on Eagle Creek and stuff between the BLM permits and all, then I may come back to you and ask for a little more money for that project. But we'll just see how it goes. We're going to kind of play it by ear for right now.
Okay. Questions, commissioners?
I think this no-brainer. We've decided we want to do this at that location. If we could get this out of the way and done, I think we're farther ahead as a county.
Yeah. And I think the location's probably one of the better. So, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Yeah,
the-
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner French.
Yes, Commissioner French. I would approve, I would make a motion to approve to award a contract to the McDermott Telecommunications Project Phase 1 to H.E. Honeywell Corporation Construction Company in an amount not to exceed $32,549 and subject to review and approval of the District Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you. Motion has been made. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay. Next, we have consideration, discussion, and possible approval to purchase spare computer equipment from Dell in an amount not to exceed $12,641.86 and is subject to District Attorney's review and approval. The equipment purchased will be used to create a small supply of spare equipment for Humboldt County employees. Due to the current supply chain issues, the Technology Department no longer has any spare computer equipment to replace computer equipment that fails or to supply new county hires with temporary equipment. These expenditures were approved in the IT budget for fiscal year 2021 and 2022. Discussion, possible action. Okay, pretty self-descriptive there. But.
Yeah, and every day that goes by, we're hearing more and more delays. Currently, we worked out with the judge in court over there to actually borrow the employee that moved from there to the assistant attorneys. We had to take that equipment and move it. We're out of supplies. I'm hoping that we can just keep things going. This supply chain is really going to be pretty tricky on keeping things running.
Yeah, it looks like you're looking at 4 laptops, 3 docking stations, 2 all-in-one computers, 6 ultra-sharp monitors for a total of 12,000 some.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I certainly am not going to second guess this. This is what we need.
It sounds to me like a pretty good idea to do this. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of companies out there that wish they'd have done this a few months ago too. They too have wheels sitting on a boat somewhere.
Yeah. Commissioner French, did I hear your voice?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with it as well, and I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the purchase of spare computer equipment from Dell in the amount not to exceed $12,641.88, subject to approval from the District Attorney's Office.
Okay, thank you. Motion has been made. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you, and hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, we can go to 17 then, right, Dave?
Actually, let's go to 14. We got the sheriff's.
Oh, the Sheriff's Department is here. You guys were hiding back there. I didn't see you.
They snuck in.
14. Okay, Sheriff's Office waiver of attrition policy, Blue Knight Security Contract, MOU with Track B program. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of the following. A waiver of county attrition policy to hire for the following positions. Central Control Operator position, which becomes available on November 2nd. This is a full-time position in the Sheriff's Office, Central Control, which provides necessary support services for the detention center, district attorney's office, CCW processing, law enforcement officers. This is for discussion and possible action. Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Under Sheriff Malone for the record. Central control position, as stated, became available on a termination on November 2nd. This brings us down to 4 central control operators that we have in there right now. So it's a pretty vital position. We do have people in background checks, and I think we can fill this fairly soon if you guys give us the permission to.
Okay. Any questions for officers? These are one of those positions that is essential, and waiting the, for the attrition policy doesn't make much sense on it, because it's not a position that isn't necessary. So,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. This is Commissioner French. I'm prepared to make a motion.
go ahead, Commissioner French.
I would move that we approve the waiver of the attrition policy for the central control operator position, which became available on November 2nd as presented.
Okay. Motion has been made. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Item 2, a 911 operator position that became open on September 6, 2021. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office Dispatch Facility is the first line of contact for all responders within the county with 16 different agencies and departments. The center has 5 consoles that operate 24/7, 365. Discussion, possible action. Go ahead.
Under Sheriff Malone for the record again, this position or this opening happened when Rebecca Azurmendi, transferred from dispatch to buildings and grounds. Again, this is a vital position. We're down to 6 people in dispatch now. We do have a lot of overtime, and we've recently started seeing the effects of it with some burnout with other dispatchers.
Okay. Questions, comments?
There again, it's a position that should be filled. They've waited their time.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion that we allow the waiver of attrition policy for the 911 operator dispatcher position that became available on September 6, 2021.
Is this actually the waiver? Do we need to waive the attrition? It looks like they've waited the necessary time.
It depends. Usually this is the way we do it. If they've already waited 90 days, then it would be a hire, but the way it's on the agenda would be to waiver it. So that's really the only action you could take today.
Okay. Well, the motion has been made. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, passes unanimously. Item 3, a detention deputy position at the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office Detention Center, which became open on November 1st, 2021. The detention center is a 84-bed minimum, medium, maximum male and female housing unit. Areas to be supervised by staff including housing areas, courtyard, court, and overseeing inmate works. Discussion and possible action.
Again, under Sheriff Malone for the record, this position was created. We actually had a position in patrol open, and we transferred from detention to patrol to fill that. So it creates a need back in detention, and I'll let Captain Lininger speak more to that if there is any.
No, yeah, we're just Captain Manager for the record, just the open position. We do have, from the last testing, we established a waiting list, and we have people cleared for backgrounds for our positions, which has been a first we've had in a long time. So, and we don't want to keep our applicants waiting, especially it's hard to get applicants in law enforcement. And with the upcoming, like I said, when detention center, even when we're full staff, we're not full staff because we always have our staff in post. So I'm losing 3 in January also to get their certifications through post. So essentially that would leave me 4 down without this position.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? If not, can I have a motion?
I make a motion that we waive the Christian policy for the detention deputy position that became available on 11/1/2021.
Okay, motion's been made. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Do you have something?
Go ahead and take your vote and then I'll interject.
What's that?
I didn't mean to interject during your vote. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. The motion is, we voted, didn't we?
Yeah.
Got
Yes.
lost.
Voted.
Okay. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, I just want to let you know, I checked with Abel, the attrition policy is actually 120 days, not 90 days. So you're good on your.
Well, it's
previous-
actually 90 days for patrol.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Oh, yeah. Those folks.
Thank you.
Okay, but are we done with, we're not done with you.
No, no,
Don't leave.
no.
Okay. This is, B is consideration, discussion, and possible approval to utilize the contract between Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Blue Knight Security LLC, entered into on July 2nd, 2021, after complying with NRS 332 for prisoner transportation services for out-of-state expeditions on an as-needed basis. The State Attorney General's Office does not currently have a contract in place for extraditions. The Attorney General's Office recommends each agency obtain a contractor for out-of-state extraditions. The county is reimbursed by the State Attorney General's Office for any out-of-state extraditions. Discussion and possible action.
This is Captain Manager for the record. Yeah, so pretty much with the State Attorney General's Office not having a contract in place for agencies to use for their extraditions of out of state, they've left the burden back to the counties at this time. We are seeing an uptake in our extraditions. Recently, we've had an extradite from Oregon, 2 inmates, a couple more in California. So under this contract that Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department obtained, they're allowing agencies to piggyback their contract with this company. So we don't have to use our staff and our equipment and manpower and hours to go get these inmates from other states. So.
And it's totally reimbursed, huh?
Yes, when we get an extradition from out of state, we contact the AG's office. We tell them the cost, they give us the approval, and then we'll go out to this vendor or this contractor and they'll go pick them up for us.
Okay. It's the easy one.
Yeah, but on the contract with the AG's office, do they do it on a specific case by case, or do they just do a portion of that contract with Blue Knight? How does that work?
So no, if they obtain their own through the state, then we would utilize their contract with their vendor. But right now, for last year and a half, possibly 2 years, they do not have anybody that's bid for the contract. The one company that has bid for it was the one that they fired because of practices that they were doing. From my understanding, Blue Knight is probably going to be the contractor for the state, but don't know when. But no, so if we get that person in, let's say Portland, because that's where we're getting a lot of people right now, we would contact Blue Knight. They would give us the cost. We would tell the AG's office this is the cost, and then they give us the approval for the extradition. Yeah.
Now, is there a length on this contract?
Wendy, do you remember the length on the contract?
Let me see if I can pull it up. The way that I'm understanding it is my conversation with Blue Knight, just to let you know, to answer some of your questions. Some other political subdivision entities in the state of Nevada are utilizing the services of Blue Knight. There's a provision within that contract that allows Humboldt County or any entity to utilize the terms of that contract. And essentially, Blue Knight doesn't require you to sign an additional contract with them. It's pretty much on an as-needed basis. So you don't have to use it through the pendency of the entire term. You just get it at the same price that Las Vegas has for their extradition services, and they went out to do the RFP and everything. So they have complied with NRS 332. Let me see if I can pull up the contract. I might have it.
So in other words, as long as Las Vegas has a contract with them, then the rest of us use it under that term.
Yes, but we're not signing any additional agreements with them or binding the county.
It's just,
We're just following the same terms as what Las Vegas's contract is that correct?
yes, yeah. Yeah, they went and did all the work.
Right,
So,
that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay, is there any other questions? Not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the contract with Blue Knight Security and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay. Motion has been made. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously.
And Wendy Maddox, Deputy DA, just to let you know, the contract term is 1 year, July 1st through June 30th of 2022.
Just 1 year.
Yep.
Now we move on to C, which is consideration, discussion, and possible approval of memorandum of understanding MOU with Track B program for inmates to receive access to drug treatment program, counseling, and medication. There is no cost to the county for services provided by Track B program. Discussion, possible action. Go.
this is a Captain Manager for the record. This would be the Track B program. This MOU just allows them to provide services to the inmates, specifically ones that are dependent on opioid or methamphetamine. The service they would provide would be counseling through telehealth, and also providing medication during their detoxification period. So there's no cost to the county on this. Track B's ran through a grant through the state of Nevada. So all their services are included.
This grant is specifically catered towards the rurals. Lincoln County has had a lot of success with it. And Lincoln County Sheriff Carrie Lee actually brought this to us. It's pretty cool. I mean, it'll be a nice service to bring to our community.
So the grant doesn't require us to hire anybody, huh?
Correct.
Yeah.
That we're stuck with paying after the grant money goes away?
Correct.
Yeah, Track.
No cost to Humboldt County.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I think this MOU is a 24-month MOU with the standard 30-day written notice if we're not happy with their services.
Okay.
It's for 2 years.
Yes.
If there's no other questions, could I get a motion?
This Commissioner Hill, I would make a motion that we approve an MOU with Track B program for inmates to receive access to drug treatment programs, counseling, and medication. There is no cost to the county for these services.
Okay. Motion has been made. All those in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Okay, that brings us to the liquor board.
Yes.
I will turn this over to, Under Sheriff Malone.
All right, thank you. Under Sheriff Kevin Malone for the record. On behalf of Sheriff Allen, requesting to bring the Humboldt County Liquor Board, or to convene the Liquor Board. We have 13 renewals for 2022 first quarter. There's nothing new here. Everybody is in compliance. And we would move to, do you want to count or do you want to take each one separately or
No,
all 13 at once?
Just do them all.
Okay. Do you want to go, Wendy, do I need to go through all 13 or?
I'm not sure how he typically does it.
I'll just read them off.
Okay.
So Barry Wilkinson and Norman Calhoun with Quinn River Merck. Jay Kennedy and D. Acorda for Paradise Valley Bar and Grill, Ted Rookstool of Winspur Supply, Giovanni and Shannon Giordano with Sawtooth Station, Parmjit Singh with BJ's Market, Nola Thompson, Club 40, Georgina Perry, Denio Enterprises, Jeffrey Siegel, Diamond Inn Bar, Michaela Fregoso, Pilot Travel Center, Karan Deep Cower, A1 Fuel Stop, Joe Ginder Lau, McDermott Gas, Mateo Brambilla, Valmy, and Chloe Dufferino with Say When.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions?
I'm done.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve liquor licenses for the businesses stated by under Sheriff Malone, 13 businesses stated by Sheriff Malone.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I'd second that.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, motion passes. I'll turn the
Back to
meeting
me.
back over to you. All
Thank you.
right, thank you very
I
much.
think you're done, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Oh, we have 10 o'clock. Which item was that?
That's number 12.
12. Okay. We are now on, we're going to go back to item 12. It's 10 a.m. Public hearing nuisance complaint. Consideration, discussion, and possible action for Humboldt County Code HCC 8.04.010 related to a nuisance complaint filed against property located at 7140 Jackson Road, Winnemucca, Nevada, owned by Don L. Sakurada, assessor's parcel number 13-0541-16. Discussion and possible action. So this one has been for us before. There was some discrepancy as to whether it was properly noticed. The individuals got notice of the hearing, and now we have it back before us again. So Wendy, I assume things have been done correctly this time?
Yes, Wendy Maddox, Deputy DA, purpose of the record. Madam Clerk did put this out for service. We decided, essentially, she reached out to the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, learned that there was going to be a long period of time that they would be attempting a 30-day period, I believe, that they would be attempting to serve somebody. In the event that they weren't able to serve that person within the time frame, they would then return it back to us, and we'd have to start the process all over again. So in order to expedite things, to move things forward, we went forward and the clerk sent a letter indicating that there'll be 2 public hearing dates. This is the first public hearing date, and that was made so that if he was served after today's date, he would know that then there was a second public hearing date.
And we did receive, it was mailed to the address where he's currently at in Washoe. We do have the signature card showing that service occurred versus certified mail, both of the notice of the 2 public hearings as well as the packet showing the complaint and all reports. We also published, again.
So this is the first public hearing, second public hearing? First one didn't count, no?
Right, we didn't proceed on the first one because
Yeah.
we had lack of service.
Okay, I think I understand, but I really don't.
Oh, this item will come before you again. So this is essentially the first public hearing because there was proper service. So
Okay.
you can go forward. There's going to be another public hearing.
But we go ahead and act like this is a public hearing.
Absolutely.
People Just,
Right, absolutely.
okay. With that said, and.
Mr. Chair, we do also have Levi Carl on the line from Building and Safety. He has gone back to the site, and so I'll have him provide a report, if you don't mind, before we have any other comments.
Madam Clerk, could you swear in whomever's going to testify before this board? Oh,
I'll do the best I can.
okay.
Okay, Levi, if we have you on, we'll start with you.
Please.
Yeah, this is Levi Carl from the building department.
Hang
Can
on,
you guys
Levi.
hear me okay?
We can hear you. Hang on just one second. Madam Clerk's going to give you an oath.
Levi, do you hereby swear that the information you're to provide before this panel is true and correct, and that you swear that all statements are in fact made of your own knowledge and sorry, I really don't have the oath in front of me. You do so swear.
I do.
Okay, Levi.
So on November 15th, I did visit Mr. Sakurada's property. He actually has made a little progress. He did remove the car and the trailer from the road easement. I think that's more the road department issues we had. However, he has not made any progress with the fire damage on the house. He has also not moved one of the Connex containers to meet setback requirements, and he has also not pulled a permit for the other storage container. And that's really all I have. And this was on November 15th, so a week ago.
So what did you say he did do something? No.
Yes, he did. He removed a car and a trailer that was sitting in the road easement.
Okay, I couldn't see it. I couldn't understand if you said he did or didn't. Okay. Thank you. Is that all you have?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else that would like to provide comment? Come on up, Mark.
So help me God.
Okay.
You do so swear that the information you're to provide to this commission is true and correct and of your own knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
God. Happy Thanksgiving early, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies.
Same to you.
So Mark Evitz for the record, neighbor of Don Sakurada. And Levi's correct, he did move the car. I'm not sure where that's been moved to. The trailer was conveniently moved to the the grass lawn on the side of the house, so it's not in the front, but it's anyway, it's on the lawn on the side. Levi, he did attempt to move the Connexes. He had a tractor over there, and I think he pushed them back, trying to get them a little bit away from the street, but they're still in the basically the same general area. And let me backtrack real quick. As far as I'm concerned, that first, since I took the time to come down here and prepare for it, the first hearing that was not a hearing was a hearing to me. So I've talked to Don when he was showed up with his family to kind of try to sort through a few things, and he told me that, and I'm not sure, maybe he's on the call, that he had solicited and was going to start to rebuild in April with Buddy Quillisi, which sounded like good news. But since I've heard some of that commentary from Don in the past, I called, and he is not under contract with Buddy for an April build. So when we have our next hearing, assuming he shows, maybe we can get to the bottom of that. So I guess I would ask the commissioners that if at the next hearing Don shows and says he's got a contractor lined up, it probably would be prudent to ask for some kind of document that shows he's under contract. So as far as I'm concerned, there's been no progress made other than the vehicle with the 4 flat tires is not sitting in the front. Everything else is pretty much status quo. And again, a frustrated property owner across the street that gets to drive by it every day. Check out the nuisance and the lack of progress to fix it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Do we have anybody online?
Doesn't appear as though we have anybody else.
Okay. Commissioners, we'll open it up for your comments, questions.
How do we proceed?
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French.
Commissioner French.
My understanding is since the service didn't account for the first meeting, and this is now considered the first public hearing, is it appropriate for us to establish whether or not a nuisance exists then at this one, or do we wait for the second hearing?
No, Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, you can go ahead and move forward as you would for any nuisance public hearing and establish whether or not the facts and circumstance meet the definition of Chapter 8.04, the definition of a nuisance.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, unless there's any additional comment by the commission, I'm ready to make a motion.
Any of the commissioners have any comments? Doesn't look like it. Commissioner French, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that that this commission establishes a nuisance exists as per Humboldt County Code HCC 8.04.010 related to the nuisance complaint filed against property located at 7140 Jackson Road, owned by Don L. Sakurada, assessor's parcel 13-0541-16.
Okay, thank you. Any other, the motion has been made. Any other any additional discussion or comments? So I have a question, Wendy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'll let you.
I was going to ask, prior to you making getting a vote from everyone on the motion, I think it would be helpful from my perspective if you identified, according to the code, what exactly is a nuisance. So I'm looking at 8.04.010, for instance. There's some facts within the complaint that are articulated. We can ask more questions if need be, but essentially one of the factors is that there's a partially burned structure. Subsection C of 8.04.010C does say all insecure or unsafe buildings, walls, chimneys, stacks, or other structures, filth, garbage, ashes, all noxious, flammable, and unhealthful manner, all partially burned buildings and structures. So that right there says that of itself, the building is a nuisance according to the code. So that would be helpful if you articulated it that way, just so that we have findings.
Can Commissioner French?
Yeah, I would amend my motion to that effect.
Thank you.
Okay. So with this motion, this vote, Mark has made, I think at least this is your third trip here in regards to it. Yeah. And he would not have to show up again and
No.
again.
No,
I'll be here, enjoy it, get used to it.
you would still, at your next hearing, you would still have a public hearing as you would. Essentially, it would be a continuation. So you would be required, of course, to ask for public comment. If the complainant wanted to speak again, he could, but I mean, it could just essentially be very short.
And Mark Evitz, for the record, I will reach out again to Don. I've been extremely transparent with Don, and I'll let him know that we had an initial hearing, and I guess the next one was, if I'm not mistaken, was December 13th, and that there's another opportunity if something's changed. So I'll do that as a good neighbor, and maybe he'll show up, or one of his family, in case something's changed from the information that I shared.
Okay, thank you. Great.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm curious if the board wants to add clarification as to a time frame to address this nuisance, or do you want to leave it open?
A specific date or for the next meeting or
Well,
How long
how long do you want to give him for addressing this? Do you want us to have it addressed or a plan brought forth by the next meeting? Do you want to give him 30 days? Do you want to give him 2 weeks? Right now, it's just open-ended. There'd be no enforcement, I don't believe, if you don't identify something.
Okay, I guess that's where I was confused. I didn't think we could enforce anything till we have another meeting.
Nope, you're doing everything today.
Oh, okay.
This Commissioner Hill, I think we should put a action onto it rather than just be open-ended. I think we need to come to a resolution on this sooner than later.
Can we amend the motion to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. What would you suggest?
Yeah, I would amend that motion to that effect.
And I guess my question is, I do know as far as removing this structure or getting rid of the partially burned building, however that needs to be accomplished, I'm not sure the timeline. I think maybe Don Kalkowski had some information on how long that was taking. I'm not sure how long it takes to get a company out there. So I would give a sufficient period of time to hire somebody, get somebody out there and get it taken care of. And I'm not sure even what that is at this point. I mean, obviously it's not going to happen in 30 days.
Yeah, and again,
Well,
real quick,
Chairman,
just
this is Commissioner French.
Go ahead, Commissioner French.
Yeah, ultimately, the time frame is by the next meeting on the 13th of December. And if he shows and obviously has made progress along that line, we'll take action to that effect if he's in good faith working that direction.
Okay. In other words, he should begin, he may not have it finished, but he should begin work on rectifying the complaint, the nuisance by the next meeting.
Exactly.
Okay.
This Commissioner.
Time frame is 13th of December.
Okay. Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, just clarification. So is the motion for the county to take control of having this cleaned up, or is it to notify him that he has a certain amount of time?
Right.
Yeah, notify him.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I was a little confused.
In your motion, we're not clarifying what starting to clean it up means. I mean, does he come move a piece of garbage around and he started, or?
I guess we determined that next meeting, whether that was satisfactory, and we see if we see actual progress, Connex or else.
And just to be clear, as far as the container, your definition, your findings have to include the Connex container, and if that is in fact within the nuisance definition. I'm not sure, that may be a zoning or some kind of separate issue. I'm not sure if that container in and of itself is a nuisance.
And Mark, even again for the record, and there's two containers, and I think they were found to be public safety because they were improperly distanced from the county road right away.
Okay.
And they, like I said, he did have a tractor push them back. I'm not sure whether they taped it to see if it, but it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's still a nuisance having Connex boxes in your front yard. And then in fairness to the process, and trying to, eliminate complications, so there's the burned out, the public safety piece, if you will, the burned out building. So that's got to be torn down before you rebuild, and rebuilding and securing a contractor in the time frame there. So I guess the concept would be if you could get that piece cleaned up, and then another piece might be the rebuild part, but just trying to help Don have some logical progress in terms of being able to say that he's doing something.
Can you, Wendy Max, for the record, could you elaborate on the Connex container public safety piece? Were they've been moved back?
The sheriff, as contained in the report, they went out and did an evaluation, and so did Levi, and the two Connexes were basically in contact with the county road right away. And Don attempted with a tractor to at least push them back and try to, I think, achieve whatever that quote distance was. Whether that's been checked by Levi or the sheriff's department, I'm not sure. They haven't been removed or repositioned other than pushed back from the right of way. So that's.
And Mr. Carl indicated in his review that that at least one of them is not properly permitted. But like Wendy said, that may be building department as opposed to nuisance. I don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. So I'm not sure what definition of the nuisance. That would be up to this board if it met any of the other definitions. It sounds from the report that Sergeant Peters wrote that the violation is Section C, unsafe living from partially burned structure and debris. Section E, abandoned and discarded objects in the front of the residence. And Section F, 2 or more unlicensed vehicles. That's his opinion as to what nuisances are there on the property.
I think it was Don Kalkowski, the Public Works Director, that referred to the fact that they were in the easement of the road. I think it was his report.
This Commissioner Hill, what's concerning is that he's made no effort on behalf of this board to even come here and speak about it. Does he even have any intentions of doing anything? I think it's an obligation of this board to put the hammer down, so to speak, and make some definite, I guess, rules of what we expect and progress what we expect to happen versus just, leaving it so open-ended to what cleanup means and I'd like to see the motion state that you have a clear and concise plan of removing the safety hazard of the building, at least the part that's burnt up and falling down, and have a contractor in place to have that done.
I think,
Mr. Chairman, this is Commissioner French. Not being in the room right now, I think it's probably best if I withdraw my motion and Commissioner Hill can grab it from there and actually craft that motion as he described.
okay. And I agree with you, Commissioner Hill, that we maybe weren't being clear and concise, but the complaint is, and what is I think what is a nuisance. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong there. Until we say it's a nuisance, it's not a nuisance. Yeah.
You're correct.
I think I think the assistant DA has clarified that it is a county code and it does fall under nuisance. Safety.
That's not in regard, sorry, and let me just be clear. The public safety issue is not necessarily a nuisance in the nuisance definition. The nuisance code defines the partially burned buildings and structures as a nuisance, the abandoned or discarded objects or equipment as a nuisance. In addition, outside storage of two or more unlicensed vehicles are a nuisance.
Mr. Chair, can I reach out to Levi? You mentioned two things, Levi, that you found from your perspective that were not within county code. You mentioned a permit. What is the specific permit that you are requiring of Mr. Sakurada?
Yeah, so Mr. Sakurada has two Connex containers on the property. The first one is an 8x20 structure that does not require a permit, but he does not meet the setback requirements from the front yard setback, whether it's 20 or 30 feet. He needs to remove that from the setback. The second container is an 8x40, which does require a permit, and he has not taken out a permit for that Connex box.
Wendy Maddox, Deputy DA. Let me just be clear that violations of the building department codes, permits, setback, those are not violations of the nuisance unless the specific code said those are in fact nuisances, which those do not. So those setback and permitted, they're not nuisances. That's a separate violation of building codes.
Correct.
So what violations do we have in front of us that are nuisance?
Want me to answer that? Your burned out building is the biggest.
Right. Okay.
And what Sergeant Peters identified, and you're welcome to speak as well, sir. What Sergeant Peters identified in his report, let me scroll down and get to that packet.
Mark Evitz, for the record, I would also add, I think the Assistant DA touched on trash and debris would also be part of that.
Sergeant Peters, and of course, he determined this, the sheriff's office determined that, but the code requires that you make a determination. So this is just information for you to use if you so choose for your determination. Sergeant Peters indicated that the unsolved building from a partially burned structure and debris was a violation of 8.04.010C, and that the abandoned discarded objects in front of the residence were a violation of subsection E, and that the two or more unlicensed vehicles in front of the house that may or may not be within the bounds of the property and are not obscured from view by a fence are a violation of section F. And if it's helpful, I do have the code pulled up if.
And again, Mark Evitz, for the record, those two, the vehicles I think referenced as unlicensed, one was a trailer and one was a truck. They have been, the trailer has been, like I said, parked on the side of the house, and the truck, I'm not sure where it's been relocated. So those two pieces of Officer Peters' findings have been, look like to me, have been moved in accordance with the statute.
And Wendy Maddox again, just to kind of follow up on something that Commissioner Hill said, from a prosecution standpoint as well as a notice standpoint, it's helpful to be able to have a date and time certain of you need to take care of X, Y, and Z by a certain date. And whatever it means that they need to get it done, it needs to be completely removed or however it needs to be fixed. That way, I'm not sure if we all share this with you, but after the public hearings, Madam Clerk sends out a resolution essentially that talks about the facts of the public hearing and says you have to do X, Y, and Z by certain date. And we make sure that they're served with that so that if there is a later prosecution, we have something certain to tell them this was a public hearing, there's a resolution that you were served with, and they clearly outline in that resolution that you're going to do X, Y, and Z by a certain date.
Got it?
I'm going to attempt this.
Yeah, it's the best you can do.
Okay. This Commissioner Hill, I would make a motion that we notify Mr. Sakurada that there's two connexes that will require verification of proper setback. There is an 8x40 connex that will need to have a permit obtained. We will also notify him that his burned out building and trash is in violation of Humboldt County nuisance code. He will also be notified of two unlicensed vehicles that will need to be removed from the site of others on his property. Included in this motion is that he will have a plan, a clear and concise plan, and a contractor in place for the removal of the building by 12/13/21 meeting.
Sounded good to me.
Mark Evitz has a question. Is it okay if I call Don, assuming he takes my call and communicate what transpired today? And even though it's, I guess, by me, it would be secondhand, but also remind him that there is another opportunity on December 13th, which would be, if Commissioner Hill's date applies, he would come to that hearing with some of this information to address the.
Wendy Maddox, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think that anytime somebody comes to the table and as they're indicating, articulates a plan of action that they're going to take to do something, I think the board appreciates it. And I think it moves things in a good direction rather than a poor direction.
And again, Mark Evitz, again, my concern is, saying it and having some kind of written documentation, which I think Commissioner Hill put in the motion, I think is important to have.
Thank you. And the only thing that I want to alert just the board is that in regards to the setback, and I know that's part of your motion, but those aren't technically nuisances. So as far as requirements to do that, that's on requirements with the building department and not necessarily through this board.
Can't we say that?
Can't we say, oh, sorry.
It's in violation of county ordinances.
But you're not here for violation of county ordinances. You're here today in regards to a nuisance.
And I was just going to say, I will do my best to get this prepared today, depending on how late this meeting goes. And I would assume I can DocuSign it to the chairman for signature.
Sounds good.
So that we get it signed. And then I do have an email address for Mr. Sakurada. I will send it that way, as well as express mail to the location where he's been residing. And then I will have a copy posted at the property site itself.
My concern right now is getting resolution to this, and we've had difficulty just getting him notice of these public hearings. He's not responding. So if he doesn't respond to this nuisance resolution, where does that leave us?
You're likely going to have another board meeting. I mean, because right now your motion says that he has to have a plan and a contractor. So we may just have to have another follow-up public hearing.
So with the motion still on the floor, just to talk to Mr. Evitz is, ideally we would want some response from him and say, hey, look, we're gonna take care of this issue. And as a person, I would like nothing more than somebody to come forward and say, look, all right, the time has come, let's get this cleaned up. That would be ideal, but we still have to have this motion and an action put to this to hold somebody's feet to the fire to to make some action happen.
Well, I agree, and I want to move on with this, but he's already taken some actions. He knows what we're asking him to do because he's attempted to do some of it. So that tells me he knows what he needs to do. He's just not responding back to the board. He's hiding from us.
Or is he just doing the minimum to get by? Anyway, motion's on the floor.
Okay, motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Commissioner French? Did we lose Commissioner French?
He's still there.
Did you hear the motion, Commissioner French?
Could be out of range right now.
Yeah, it could be out of range. Well, motion passes.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Happy Thanksgiving early.
Thanks, Mark.
Now, where are we, Dave?
17.
Break. We're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break. Let's make it 10 minutes.
I did talk to the family about this. I don't know whether it'll get some motivation from Don. They are, like they're very lightly.
It's back.
So.
Perfect. We're back. Let me.
I see that. They've had them.
We're good?
Hey, Abel, check on the video too, see if that's back.
Okay, for those of you, we did experience some technical difficulties. We are back on, I think. We look like it? Okay. So we are, do I need to should I reread that? Are we good?
I would reread that, because
Okay.
I don't think we got that.
We are on item 17, Winnemucca Event Center, Ag District 3, request to purchase and install circulation fans. Consideration, discussion, possible approval to purchase and install circulation fans to uniformly heat, cool the Winnemucca Event Center in an amount not to exceed $85,000 and subject to the district attorney's review and approval. The Ag District 3 board included the cost of purchase and to purchase and install large circulation fans in the FY 21-22 budget. The County Commission approved this line item purchase in the Ag District 3 budget for discussion and possible action. There we are. Now, Mr. Peterson, you can start over again.
Good morning, Kim Peterson, Convention Visitors Authority and Winnemucca Events Complex. I'm here just to request or answer any questions in the request that you approve. The Ag District 3 board voted on this at their last meeting. They voted to accept the Arbonne bid, which is not necessarily the lowest bid, but we feel the one that best suits the needs of the facility and the ability, it has the most flexibility, and according to our engineer, probably gives us the best ability to identify certain areas that we can circulate the air within the building. We did, because of the complexity of the proposals, the bids that we did get, we did go out and hire the services of an engineer to evaluate each proposal, and his recommendations should be included in your packet. And he supports the Arbonne system as in his mind, an evaluation according to our needs would best suit our needs.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, I have a question, Kim.
Yes,
On
sir.
the fan placement, you show a couple over the arena, a couple over the stands, and a couple over the concourse. What about the stands in the end, the upper deck?
Well, they were concerned that they would be able, because of the way that's constructed, there's kind of a wall up top that they wouldn't be able to move the air very effectively up there. They feel that the fans in the arena will move the air somewhat, but because of the construction of those upper bleachers, that would be a little more difficult to move. But one of the things that I really like about the proposal by the Arbonne is that it allows us to also access the system remotely. Sometimes we don't always have someone on standby down there when the event's going, and they'll be able to call me and say, hey, look, we need to turn on some fans, slow them down, and I'll be able to do that from remotely on my cell phone, which is really nice. Plus, it also allows us to control the fans much easier within the building even than the other proposals.
I think that's something that really needs to be done. It's something that we've been talking about doing ever since that building was put up.
Yeah, it was approved in the budget. Request from Ag District 3. Money's there. Board that oversees it is requesting it, so
Ms. Maddox has reviewed the proposals and gave me her signature.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
If this is approved, how long out before the install?
I am trying, one of the nice things is that it's going to be installed by a local electrical contractor versus the other. So we're going to probably start on it right away. I told them I'd like to have it done before our Ranch Hand Rodeo in March. I mean, because they feel that unlike waiting for the ships out at sea, they have the inventory in stock. I think they manufacture here in the U.S., so they feel they can move fairly quickly.
We're okay, Wendy, with accepting this bid, even though it wasn't the lowest?
Yes, you are. You have the authority to do that. I would just specify in your motion for the reasons why you're not going with the lowest responsible bidder, or you could say per staff report.
Okay. Somebody like to make a motion? If there isn't any other questions.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve the contract with Arbonne in the amount of $72,535 to install 6 fans.
I believe there's 6.
6 fans in the WEC Event Center.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Is any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jim hasn't gotten back on one.
He is not.
Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
And to answer earlier question, we are moving forward with slurry seal and striping. We've got to get striping out there. We've had a couple events that it's been kind of a problem with parking. So early spring, hopefully we'll be ready to do all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this next item, I wish Jim was on. He worked hard on this one, but county land use plan, wildlife management section approval, consideration, discussion, and possible approval of the wildlife management chapter for the Humboldt County land use plan, which recognizes the integral role wildlife and the natural environment plays to the culture and economic well-being of the county. This section of the land use plan explains the challenges the county faces with managing wildlife, as well as the goals, objectives, policies, and positions the county takes to appropriately manage and protect wildlife while also considering public health, safety, and the welfare of both human and natural environments. Discussion and possible action. Like I said, I know I've gotten some of the emails. To be totally honest, this is Jim's realm. He is the guy with the expertise in it, and I just kind of rolled with whatever he proposed in it. And knowing Jim, I think it turned out, right. So I don't have much more to say about it.
Mr. Chair, the only other thing I'd say is if you look at the document on the first page is the goals of this chapter of our land use plan. And that's, if you don't mind, I'll just quickly read those. Healthy and realistic wildlife populations that are maintained over the long term throughout the county. Hunting, fishing, and trapping are maintained at a minimum at current levels and locations, and as appropriate expanded. And then wildlife species and habitat conservation efforts are led by local and state-based efforts with an emphasis on voluntary conservation of landowners and permittees. And also productive and transparent consultation on wildlife conservation and management is ongoing between the county, state, and federal agencies. And earlier this year, if you recall, we did have the state in here and talking about the different advisory boards. There's a restructure on the Forest Service one. And then a real emphasis is also mentioned in our objectives here is to reestablish that relationship between the local wildlife board and the state. Because that local wildlife board, if you recall, made very specific comments that they didn't feel like their voices were being heard anymore. And so we tried to put an emphasis on that cooperation, like we do in pretty much all of our land use plans, that we've just felt over the years that whether it's the BLM or the state agencies, that a lot of times, you're just like kind of talking to the wall. And so I think, at least from my experience, I think Commissioner Cherry would agree with this, the BLM relationship has really improved. We're really getting great cooperation with them. They're moving forward on some things that have been stalemated for years. And so I think this one's really focused on the state effort with NDOW. And so I think we've got a nice document that here that really just says, here's how we want to work with you guys.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawks, I did read the complete document that was given to us. It was very well done, referring back to the wildlife boards and stuff here, so that we've asked that they be included in all this for anything that's going on. And I really think they did a good job on it.
You might.
Are you on?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on.
We are on the land use plan, the wildlife portion, and we've been discussing it. Anything, I know you worked hard on this, and a lot of this is a product of your input. So if there's anything you would like to add, I'll just tell you that the board is liking the letter that we're seeing here. And with that, anything you'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. As you pointed out, I worked quite extensively with Andy on this as we were developing it. I've read it, gone through it several times, and I have nothing to offer at this point. It's exactly what I would ask for, and I agree with Commissioner Haas. She did a heck of a job on it. I'm very pleased with the outcome of the document. She mentioned to me that in looking, she talked with one employee from NDOW out of Elko who was very concerned by the language that was included in the document and wanted to know what the history behind it was. And I explained to her that to have him give me a call. He called me. And I explained exactly what I thought the issues were, having to do with coordination, consultation. He agreed completely and was going to pass that along down through management from the Reno office. So I think it had an impact already. And I think the intended impact is just to get this information out on the table before we see any more surprises.
Yeah, I agree. I know I put my greatest input here was in wildlife damages, like in our fences and stuff on federal and private land, as well as I think we brought up the wolf depredation. Should wolves at some point show up, which they probably will. It contains a lot. It is about wildlife, but we address a number of issues, the wildlife boards and compensation for wildlife damages and the interactions between livestock and wildlife. So I think it's very comprehensive and done very well.
Yeah, I was real pleased with the final version of it.
Okay. Would you like, Commissioner French, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the wildlife management chapter for the Humboldt County Land Use Plan, which recognizes the integral role of wildlife and natural environment and plays to the culture and economic well-being of the county.
Okay, very good. Motion has been made and is on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. 19, Human Resource Department, permission to fill a vacancy in Human Resource Department. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on a request by Abel Del I always have a hard time with the last name. Going Navarre?
Abel.
How do you say it?
Abel Del Real Nava.
Del Rel.
Okay. Assistant County Manager, Human Resources Director for permission to fill a vacancy in the Human Resources Department with a full-time administrative clerk position. Discussion and possible action. Go ahead, Abel. I'll let you start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Abel Del Real Nava, Assistant County Manager, HR Director for purposes of the record. So I'm here before you today after waiting the 120-day waiting period for the attrition policy. If you recall, during more than 120 days ago, during that corresponding meeting, the board voted to request that the policy remain in force and have the department wait for that time before coming back to you to seek permission to fill the position. During that time, took the opportunity to reflect, well, is this position really necessary? And in fact, it is. And so the reason I come before you with, this tweak of my request to hire for full-time is because the needs of the county are just getting greater and greater, and we need to be able to respond to them. And I feel that our office is right in the middle of that. Between the nuisance complaints, discussions about human services with Robin Gray's departure soon. This is a really critical time for the county, not to mention, the recent passage of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act with $4 billion allocated to the state of Nevada, $100 million of that which is going towards broadband. This is a really great opportunity for us to, rise to the occasion and do something really great for rural Nevada. I've been having meetings with the state in that respect, and we're talking about perhaps putting in middle mile infrastructure up 95 and having some drop points in those local communities for maybe some future expansion, fiber to the home. It's just really an exciting time, and having this position available will really free me up to be able to help the county meet those challenges. And sometimes I get really excited, but have to take a step back because the needs, the everyday administrative needs need to be satisfied in order for employees to be compensated on time, to be hired, recruited, terminated, every aspect of the employee life cycle needing to be addressed. So some things I took into consideration, the part-time position was budgeted for. More than half the year has passed. And so I kind of, in my staff report, put together a little budget as to what that would have looked like. And, taking the cost into consideration, yes, it's a little more expensive to recruit somebody full-time, but, especially all of you listen to the news, how difficult it is in this economy to someone and to recruit someone in any sector. And we've seen that here at the county. There's 3 openings in roads. We still have 2 or 3, I believe, in buildings and grounds, dispatch. It's just, it's getting difficult to recruit. And part of what this position would help me do is free up some time to be able to get to the root cause of maybe some of the issues that are preventing us from being able to recruit talent. Whether that's updating job descriptions, revisiting compensation, do we need additional levels to classifications in order for employees to be motivated to grow and move up? So for example, some positions such as some positions only have 1 job description per classification, like geographic information systems technician down there. Other counties, they have multiple levels towards those positions. So that's also a way to motivate employees to be retained. And once those problems are solved, that kind of reduces the county's cost overall because there is a cost to turnover. You have to take the time to recruit someone, bring them on, train them, invest money and resources in that individual. And when we're not able to retain that, someone else gets to take advantage of that talent and what we've invested in that individual. And so hiring somebody part-time, if I were to bring in somebody part-time, we send them, I train them in human resources, and that's also supplemented by Pool Pack with what they do. They really get to know the ins and outs, establish the relationships with the managers and department heads. And, they become a great poaching opportunity for multiple departments because in HR, we interact with everybody and that individual is going to know, oh, this department's hiring, that department's hiring. And it's, and not just that, but outside employers as well. And so that's kind of my motivation to come before you and just ask you to help me help the county.
Abel I remember having the discussion, but did we leave funds for the position? Is there funds in the budget for this position?
I believe that when we presented our budget, it was taking into account the part-time admin clerk position.
Right. Correct, yeah. So we, in the budget, did include the part-time position, but not the full. So that would have to be potentially augmented. But with the fact that we haven't filled the position, that's been vacant since the start of the year. And then we've got a few other things that haven't happened as well. So we probably will be close, but we may have to augment the budget.
Because as I remember, it was during the budget part that we also changed Emma's job, I guess.
Correct.
And put her in the clerk's office. So I couldn't remember if we took out her salary out of the.
Yeah, I think we adjusted that. So the full-time position went to the clerk side.
Yeah.
And the funding for that. So the only thing that was left in the county manager budget was the part-time position.
This is
Chairman, it's Commissioner French.
Okay. Commissioner France, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a couple of thoughts on this. I know we've been reticent to add any additional government and positions. I know that's been our mantra from the beginning. I think we all recognize that the part-time position that was vacated and went to the clerk's office was a valuable position part-time. But I will mention that it is going to be hard talking about recruitment. It's going to be hard to recruit somebody part-time. Certainly of the caliber we're going to need to have with the certifications for HR, it's going to be hard to do that unless we do go full-time on that position. And I guess we need, from my standpoint, I'm thinking about down the road, either in the near future and certainly within the next decade, an HR person who is primarily centered in HR is going to be absolutely critical for the county from a standpoint of recruiting good, solid people, but also retaining them and also keeping us out of trouble with Fair Labor Standards Act and some of the other regulatory oversight that we deal with the federal government and even the state government. In discussing this with two counterparts, one in Churchill County and one of them in Elko County, they've pretty much felt like the same thing, that it was they had reached a point to where they needed that kind of expertise on a pretty much a permanent standard percentage of time within their organization, just for the reasons I stated. So, at any rate, those are kind of my thoughts, and I'll yield to what everybody else has to offer.
Commissioner Haas.
This is Commissioner Haas. I really believe, and I believe from the beginning, that we need to separate these two offices. When I read the staff reports and the different reports that Abel has given us, I can't make a difference between whether it's assistant, manager, or HR. And I've watched the HR, watched the other It's a wonder we didn't get in trouble over some of the stuff. And I really think that we need to separate the offices so that there won't be that. And come up with a job description for the assistant and a full job description for the HR. And at this time, I think it's a great time to do it. If we go out and get a part-time, it's just a patch. And before we get into trouble legally over this stuff, I think we need to separate those. So there's complete separation from the manager's office and HR so that there won't be any chance of legal coming into it.
Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola to Commissioner Haas. I don't disagree with you. I think the reason that we did it originally was because we were, like we do a lot of times, trying to keep our budget low and not have an additional position. We take on several different responsibilities across different jobs. And I think that was the original idea. It was actually Commissioner Cherry who made that suggestion. Rather than having a full-time assistant county manager, we wanted to combine those two together. But I would agree with you that we're going to a place, the level of work that we do and the amount of things, I can just tell you from my 7 years here, the workload has increased twofold, threefold. It's crazy. And there's plenty of room for that. The question just is whether or not we want to expend that kind of money. That's the end bottom line, I guess.
I also have made some notes regarding, because I know this was a concern of yours previously, Commissioner Haas. The title of Assistant County Manager allows me to respond and sign off on various documents and take on responsibilities that are assigned to the county manager by policy and the collective bargaining agreements. For example, merit advancements, leave sharing requests, new hire authorizations, terminations. There are many responsibilities assigned to the county manager. Now, like I mentioned, this allows me to sign off on those requests, follow up with those requests. I know the policy, I know where to look in the policy. And so when I sign off on something, I'm confident that it meets those requirements. All of that would have to be passed on to Mr. Mendiola, county manager, and that would create a huge burden on him. And it would just create another layer where we have one more person needed as part of that process to sign off on. So it's not just maybe what we can see or perceive, but there's a lot more to it that's embedded within our policies and agreements that we have with labor.
Yeah, and I think it also, Dave Mendiola again, I think it also addresses that ongoing discussion we have about succession planning. So the way we're doing it now, at least we have a plan that says if I, expire tomorrow or leave or whatever it happens to be, we do have somebody can step right in, sign off on the expenditures, a lot of the vouchers that run through this office. So we just have somebody in place to do that. And then, of course, we work pretty closely. Most of our collective bargaining agreements, if you look inside of them, it does require, there's a process for a grievance. So originally they go to their direct report first. If they can't resolve the issue, then they would come to our office. But ultimately, in every one of those, I'm the final decision in the county manager's office. So they may come to the HR director and say they couldn't work with their direct supervisor. But if we have to go to the next level for an investigation or arbitration, I have to make all those decisions per the collective bargaining agreements, which all I'm suggesting there that all those would have to be changed as well. But I don't think you'd want that. I still think you want the county manager making those final decisions because those usually are tied to dollars. If you go to arbitration, it costs you money. If you do investigations, it costs you money. So I think that those kind of things, again, it's not that I don't agree with you. It's just that, again, do we really want to add another position and add, the cost that would associate itself with that so that we can continue to have a succession plan and the like. So that's the big question. So.
Also, as part of the Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, HR Director, part of, I guess, a core competency of an HR professional is recognizing legal pitfalls. And so if the opportunity ever arose where there might be even a perceived conflict of interest, I would always recuse myself. I follow up with Wendy and Labor Council all the time on matters related to internal affairs that go on in the county. And so if it ever came to a situation where for whatever reason it was perceived that I would have a conflict, I would not even want to be involved in the middle of that. I would recuse myself.
And you don't think there's a conflict with your boss when you are the HR? I mean, we already went through that one time early in January.
I don't understand what exactly the issue was.
I brought forth
did
that,
anything.
that I wanted a finalization for the land out there in Paradise Valley. And it went from the manager's office to the DA's office, still has not come back or still hasn't been finalized. You stepped in as the HR defending the manager, and that's a conflict of interest. And that's why I don't feel there's nothing in it that's you know against either one of you, but it was a conflict of interest in my mind because you are the HR and he's your boss.
I believe when I spoke up, it was to clarify a misstatement or a point that was being made that didn't really reflect what the job description of the county manager stated. So I'm sorry, I respectfully disagree with you.
Well, so just keep us on point here. We're not really talking about that right now, so I think we're off topic. I mean, we're talking about a full-time position versus a part-time position in the HR. I just want to add that I can tell you I have been through with Able all of the processes and the paperwork that we do for all of our employees because I do want to know what that's like. I can tell you that I would be doing it full-time. I mean, all of the things that I currently work on something would have to go on the back burner, so I'd have to share. So a lot of the things that overwhelm me today, it would double because if he were gone, for example, for me to step in to do all that stuff, and again, it's just paperwork. It's not hard stuff that you pay me the kind of money you do. It's just day-to-day paperwork is very important. It's got to be done right, and you got to know what you're doing. But it's also not something you should be having somebody paid $150,000 for. So that's why I really think this is a critical position. And more, every legislative session, they come back with 10, 15, 20 new rules and regulations that we have to follow, which usually means paperwork. And it's really become more burdensome. And again, that comes down from the state. It's not something we're doing. It's down from the federal government, comes down from the state. And so it just really has been
What if you were to guess, what part of your job is it's HR? It's assistant county manager. Time is spent doing the HR work versus.
Well, that's a great question. I think it varies by time of year, and it varies by what's going on right now. I would say probably about, say, 45, 55. We have, I'm working closely with Rochelle and the state on broadband, and I believe that's not really a task for HR. That's something that Dave passed on to me as the assistant to follow up on, something I'm interested in and helping the county with. Also working on researching and updating the ordinance, working closely with Deputy DA Maddox for Humboldt County, and also on researching for the ordinance, human services. Let's see, those additional responsibilities I mentioned earlier, the policies are assigned are also intertwined, both similarly related. So, it kind of fluctuates between 60 to 40, either way on both sides, depending on what's.
Really, you can say half and half.
Half and half, yeah. You reconcile it.
Well, I really didn't understand what HR was all about until I was 6 years into my commission job, how important it was. But
And I'm sure as a lot of you were employers, you understand the rules and regulations that you've had to follow throughout the years, whether Fair Labor Standards Act and the like. Well, with private employers, it depends on the size of your organization. The bigger you are, the more regulations you have to face. Governments are considered covered employers, meaning that it doesn't matter if you have one employee or 10,000, you are subject to every rule under the sun and every regulation. So whether that's, FMLA, USERRA, ADA, every employment law, we have to take that into consideration. We do have to file reports in that respect, and there's some serious consequences if those aren't met.
So you've estimated that should we hire this position with benefits, it would be about 57,000?
Yes, that's taking into consideration if that employee had been hired at the beginning of the fiscal year at full-time rate. So obviously some time has passed, and if you were to approve this, that amount would be a lot less for this fiscal year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Questions?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Hill. I see how it was structured from the beginning, and I appreciate the line of succession planning and it, HR being a fairly new department in the county, I guess, within the last decade. But with that, I also agree with Commissioner Haas. From when I took this position, I just thought the structure was a little odd, but I do see why it was done that way, because it was a position that was, I guess, created more recently. And I'm a big believer in the succession plan for sure. If something were to happen to Dave or he were to leave, then we do have a plan in place the next day to continue to operate. But this might be an opportunity, like Commissioner Haas had stated, to create that break between HR and the management division, if you will. I think it's maybe intimidating for employees to approach HR in the county because they are going to the top, so to speak, to talk to HR, with you being the assistant, manager. I think a break would help in that sense of HR being a completely different department. I guess that's what I'm really weighing in my mind now, is if it's not the time to completely break the departments up. Not saying that Abel would have to just move as a director of HR, but maybe you could continue to operate in the capacity of assistant, but allowing a new position would maybe allow us to have another person that's completely broke off from that management role. I just throwing around some thoughts, but at this point, I would weigh more towards the side of seeing a division between management and direct HR, I guess.
Well,
Sorry.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you had brought us some numbers of if we created a strictly HR position, the numbers were a lot higher than that. You had looked what, I don't know, Douglas County, and then we're paying an HR person, and it was over 100,000 a year.
That's correct. So by combining the position, that lowered, the assistant county manager position would pay more than the human resources director position, but combining it allowed us to be able to perform both functions at a lower salary rate. But were they to be separated, I'd have to go back and, the amounts change all the time, but they would be, they'd be up there.
Yeah, I remember some Washoe County positions that are way up there, 150, 60,000 a year.
Douglas County, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
right.
look at how much more they're taking care of than we do.
Of course.
But we're required, Commissioner Haas, they compare us to these, not Washoe County, but Douglas County and
Class 3
Allen
counties.
and Elko,
Churchill.
and wherever their salary range is, that's where they expect our salary.
How is Elko County structured? Pershing County, is it similar to what we have? Is it totally different structure?
So I'll go down the list. So Carson City, they have the human resources director. Douglas County has a human resources director. Elko County has a human resources director, but it's also combined with the function of human services. So I'm not a social worker, nor do I want to be one. That's a very specialized skill, and it's very unique to Elko County. Let's see.
But Elko County also has 3 people in their department for HR, I believe, and Douglas is the same. I think they might even.
Churchill has 3 people now.
Churchill has 3, yeah.
They have about 300 employees. So they have the HR director, a full-time and a part-time position as well.
I'm not against it. Commissioner Hill, again, not against it by any means. I think it's definitely needed. I just think it would be an opportunity to maybe look at how the structure is done, and might be an opportunity for us to create a more open HR department within the county and help our county employees and department heads.
I really appreciate your statements about employees and having considering them are they comfortable or not coming to the office. I'm very confident, and I believe these individuals would echo the statements that I have and I've maintained and fostered a great relationship with labor, with both of our unions. Me and Betty speak frequently. Sometimes if something is brewing, we have the type of relationship where we can get together and come in and reconcile things. I've had cordial relations with Angel as well, as the president of his association. So if it's a matter of whether or not employees are comfortable approaching me, I visit departments. I make phone calls, and I believe I have a great relationship with the employees of Humboldt County. Maybe there's 1 or 2 people that, for whatever reason, don't feel that way, but I am confident if you asked labor that they would say, yes, I'm comfortable approaching people.
I just know in the real world, it can be intimidating by an entry-level employee to approach a director of whatever, versus maybe an HR rep, which I assume that's kind of what we're talking about, would be a representative type HR position. That would maybe do some of that work where they're building those relationships and bringing stuff to you. But I just think it makes them a little more approachable, that they're not a director of anything, and they're not a assistant manager,
Absolutely.
Believe it or not, that can be intimidating to not only entry-level positions, but even department heads. If they have a rep that they can talk to, I think it makes things flow good.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would agree with that statement. As a matter of fact, I guess there's been several occasions where I was pretty surprised when employees, Abel being one of them, said to me, Dave, people don't come to talk to you because they're intimidated. And to me, that's funny, because I've always been very open. I talk to everybody and I try to get to know people.
Right.
But you're right, when it comes down to it and they have to go take a grievance further, they're really concerned about having to talk to the county manager in this case. So I agree with that.
Mr. Chair, we are having some good, robust discussion. I would like to suggest, I want to make sure, Wendy Maddox, purpose of the record, I want to make sure that we're in compliance with the open meeting law, and we have an agenda item before us to fill a full-time administrative clerk 1 position, and we're talking and deliberating over splitting offices, which I think is kind of relevant to the discussion that you're having now. But I would suggest that perhaps if you're going to continue to have those discussions, so we don't skirt the open meeting law and deliberate on something not on the agenda, that you maybe table this item and or better word it for a future agenda to include both this item and also the splitting of offices, if that's what you so choose.
And I agree, but I think this discussion is necessary so that we can decide whether we want to go this direction or another direction, and the pros and cons of that. We would have to bring, if we decide that we would want able to further investigate a separate position outside of the county manager's office, we'd have to re-agendize that. But I think that's where we are now. Do we want to,
Well, yeah, I agree with you 100%, but we're deliberating, which is one component of violation of open meeting law when we're having these continued discussions. So I just want to make you aware of that and that it might be better to just stop this discussion and put it on a future agenda so we can be all encompassing, talk about this again, as well as everything that you've brought to our attention.
Mr. Chair, so I guess from what I'm hearing here, I think this is really a great discussion during the budget process. Either one of two things, maybe start at the retreat in January to have a really robust discussion specifically about separating those two. And then part of the budget process, because it will impact the budget but I will say this, is I don't think in terms of what our needs is, whether our is the two together or separate, is this position is a critical position, in my opinion. And we're going to need it. Because if you separate them off, I'm going to have to have some assistance. We're going to have a succession, because then the HR person can't do what they're doing today under our current environment. So I guess what I would say is I still think this is a critical position that should be approved. And then we should have that discussion starting maybe at the retreat in January, and then continue on through the budget process with an idea of starting at July 1, something like that, if in fact we do separate them.
Commissioner Hill, I guess I would agree with that. I guess for all intents and purposes today, we've kind of put the bug in your guys' ear of a couple of us, what we're thinking. I don't disagree that, the workload's there, that you would need another position. I just want to make sure that these discussions continue, I guess.
so Abel, hard question.
Yes,
Within the last year, we looked at your job and your job description, and we increased your salary because you were doing this extra work, HR as well as assistant county manager.
Well, the change in salary had to do, in my opinion, Abel Darrell, now Assistant County Manager, HR Director for purposes of the record, had to do with, was the compensation structure commensurate with the market and not necessarily, and the responsibilities attached to that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So we had established his responsibilities 2 years ago when we have this joint position. What that discussion was more about, we went out, did a salary survey. And again, if you recall, we had problems finding this same setup where you had a HR assistant county manager situation. But what we ended up doing is have two scales. One was for the HR director and one was for the assistant county manager. And we kind of split the difference to come up with that. And that's what made the change that you approved for his salary.
I know.
It wasn't we established the responsibilities at that time.
And we also had that verified by a independent third party from another county.
But this one is different. This one, well, we were before you in the past, we came for a half position. And so that's what we have currently. But again, filling that position is very difficult with somebody that's going to be a long time dedicated person. You don't want to put all that effort into it, to train them on everything, and then they leave because they need full-time employment. And that's what normally happens. So,
Mr. Tipton?
Well, government jobs by themselves worry me, because you go back to when, and I wasn't on the commission at the time, but when you first hired Abel, there was a need for that position, so you did. And now we want to add one more person to that because government grows just by the nature of itself. And when you look at some of the things that's been discussed here, you split it, then each one of those is going to grow some more. And all of a sudden you have 5 or 6 employees instead of 2 or 3, even though maybe the need's there. But I do think right now, I don't know that the work's there for a full-time. It definitely was for a part-time. We had it last year, but when we see the different monies that are coming down with the infrastructure bills coming out of Congress, I can see where there is going to be a lot of work in county manager, assistant county manager's office. So I think probably at this time, I would be in favor of filling this position as a full-time position. It does worry me, I mean, because of where government grows. This job right here is a $30,000 or $57,000 job. Costs the county 8-9 years down the road, it becomes 100,000. Just because of COLAs and cost of living and step increases and longevity, all of that, it just grows. So you got to keep that in mind, and you got to keep that in mind when you start talking about budgets and wanting to do separate positions, do how much and how fast it will grow.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Dave Bendiola. So the one thing, those are great comments. The one thing that I would say, which I guess didn't really surprise me, if you recall when we got the Pool Pack report, when they came and talked about the services that Pool Pack provides us. If you recall, one of the charts that they had on there was our employment over a period of time, and Humboldt County, because we always talk about growing government, Humboldt County has stayed pretty much at 205, 206 for 7-8 years. So I think what we've done is we've shifted and moved, and again, going back to, I think one of the comments that Abel made in his staff report is that you're never fully staffed. It just never happens. I mean, if it ever did, then we'd meet that full threshold, but for any kind of reasons between retirements and layoffs, or not layoffs in that sense, but people who get terminated, and then you have people leave for different reasons for better jobs. You're never fully staffed. So I think we've done a really nice job of keeping our cap, but it goes up every year, to your point, and there's not much you can do about that other than get rid of people, right?
Right. Yeah, and I agree with that. The part that bothers me, though, is that your tax base by definition doesn't guarantee that it goes up every year.
Right.
And there's a point there that you'll reach that make it really tough.
Yeah.
It looked like we were going to hit that point last year, and then a few years ago, it looked like we were going to hit that point.
Right.
So.
And I agree. I mean, when I first started as a commissioner, we didn't have an assistant county manager and we didn't have an HR person. Those are two positions that have been created in the last 6 years. And now we're asking to create another one.
The HR, in looking back, the HR position, there was a job description that was written as if it were an HR director, and I don't want to speak to the motives of previous administrations, but to me, it seemed like it was kind of written in a way to, hey, let's not give you the title, but let's give you the responsibilities, which wasn't right.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So when I started going back and researching previous, defunct job descriptions, there was one for that office, for an administrative position, where it assigned the responsibilities of an HR director, but it was classified as an administrative assistant position, and I don't think that was right. Whether that was to save money or what have you, it just, the way it read wasn't commensurate with the job title. And I can't speak on the motives or of previous administrations.
Yeah, well.
This is Commissioner Hill, I would just like, I guess before I could fully support it, see a definite plan of what this office and HR and the county manager looks like in 5 years, or, I guess I really want to see a plan of how this is all going to lay out. Valid concerns with growing and adding more positions, but what does that mean? Does it all fall under Dave? Do we break away the two directors, or the director and the HR manager to be, the same line, or they don't answer to each other? I would really like to see that.
You'd like to see a plan before we
start just adding more people to that office.
We're just basically Band-Aiding something rather than,
Well, just have a good direction where we're going with it all, versus just adding people until we don't have any more seats and then, I completely understand and respect the need. I think it's there. It's just, I would like to see a good direction for it all.
Absolutely, and this position, and the reason I'm requesting it is to be able to supplement those administrative tasks that don't concern themselves with director level positions. So I believe that the board could approve this position to be able to take on those responsibilities and continue that conversation as to director level responsibilities later on.
so this position is more than just an HR.
No, it's human resources. But
what does that mean?
Since they work in the same office as the county manager, there could be some.
Human resources, what encompasses what? Hiring and?
So recruitment, which involves, posting job ads, reviewing applications, background checks, drug screenings, alcohol screenings, whether that's pre-employment, random, post-accident, FMLA administration, Family Medical Leave Act. So if an employee's gone for more than 3 days, we have to review reports every week to make sure if an employee's gone for more than 3 days, we have to provide them with notices so they can take to their doctor, bring back to us. We count down the days, work with their managers to do that. And then once that's done, we close it. If they go on leave again, we have to go back and make sure we count the days because they're very strict about that. Also, training and development. So every 2 years, we have to assign training to the county employees related to, by statute, harassment, whistleblower protections, among many others. We also have to make sure that departments are in compliance with laws that relate to them. For example, the road department, they're subject to US DOT regulations because of grants that we have at the county. So, we administer part of going back to drug tests. I manage the system that pulls employees for random drug screenings for them. So send out the notices, prep, do some background work with the drug testing provider that we have here locally. I'm sorry, I can go on all day.
No, it sounds like he does a lot. That's why I'm, but what does HR do? Is that just only involved in conflicts or?
No, so there's also labor relations. So administering the agreement.
So, so the position that you are wanting here.
Yes.
Does both HR and human relations. And no?
It's all encompassing under human resource. So what I would assign, the responsibilities that this individual would be assigned would be to help with the applicant tracking system. So getting those jobs posted, generating reports, sending them to managers, moving people along those steps. FMLA in that respect, it would be to review that report, make sure that employee has been gone for more than 3 days if they were. There's a lot of calls we have to follow up with employees and remind them, and that's just a lot of time.
Bear with me. I know maybe these are dumb questions to you, but I don't understand it. So when you showed us the salary range of just an HR person, we were talking about over $100,000, maybe $150,000. So how do we hire somebody that does HR and human resources for half that or less than half of that?
Because the responsibilities that they would be assigned wouldn't be those upper level human resources related duties such as strategic staffing, policy development, development of job descriptions, compensation analysis, those sorts of things.
Mr. Chair, I think a better way to look at it would be if you took the clerk's office, for example, you don't hire everybody in the clerk's office at the clerk's pay rate because those jobs are broken out, the responsibilities would be broken out by specific areas. Some are assigned, and again, I'm speaking out of turn probably, but some are assigned to the courts, so they have specific things that they do as court administrative duties. Some are assigned to licensing issues, some are assigned to different, so they're kind of broken out, and that's where we get this administrative clerk position. So those are just, everything from filing to helping citizens fill out, reports, applications, whatever it might be. In the case of HR, it's a little different because it's internal. HR is not outward facing organization. We don't directly deal with the outside citizens. It's basically within the system so that they're, because we have to watch at all times, make sure that they've got all the proper documentation, whether it's citizenship documentations or W-2 forms or different things. And so we work closely with the comptroller's office to identify, make sure that they've got everything on the employee side, the health side, and then there's the applicability of federal laws, state laws. And a lot of that's just, like I said, it's paperwork. You're shuffling a lot of papers around to make sure and calling employees to say, hey, you don't have this in, you need to get X, Y, Z done. I need it right away, or here's your deadline, those kind of things. And so when you think of 200 plus employees, it's a lot to follow up with.
But, and here again, it's a dumb question probably, but you have an employee, we've faced this before, that says they're working outside their job description. So they come to you and they say, listen, I'm doing HR and I'm not getting paid what so-and-so in Douglas County is getting paid, and I'm doing all the HR work. So I want you to,
That's a great point. And actually, I had this discussion with our county manager. I've actually developed some job descriptions related to human resources, but in my mind, I want to tackle one thing at a time. And if the position were eventually to be reclassified into a human resources classification system, that initial entry-level HR role would be the same as the admin clerk 1 position. So if I do come before you saying, hey, this position needs to be reclassified so the job description really matches what the person is doing, then with what I've done already, that matches the admin clerk 1 series. So there's not going to be change in that respect. And I'm looking to hire someone entry level, even if someone comes with more experience, which would be great. They need to have the understanding that this is what I've been approved for, and so this is what it is. You can either take it or leave it.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, the other part of that piece is that we have been working quite a bit on trying to structure job descriptions within every department so that, like in many cases, we have like one position. And I think the good example where we want to get to is the administrative clerk process. So you come in as an admin clerk 1. Let's assume that you have not a lot of experience. You come in at 1, then you can go to 2, and you can go to 3, and you can go to 4. Okay, so there's a career path for an individual to come in and they can grow. A lot of departments don't have that. We have one position, and what we find, somebody gets in the job, they're there 2 or 3 years, and they start to get, nervous because they see the only thing they're ever going to be able to do is X, because there's no other higher positions within that department to aspire to. Their only option is to find something else somewhere in the county to apply for that makes more money. And a lot of it has nothing to do with them liking their job. They love what they do. It's just that if they want to make more money, they're going to have to transfer somewhere else, which then starts that process of we lose a person here and we have to do a waiver and we get them over here. And you got to backfill this one because there's a lot of that goes on too, because people, thank goodness, do transfer within the county because they want bigger opportunities. So one of the things we're trying to do is start to create different levels of jobs so that if they're not maybe fully skilled in a certain area, we can bring them in, we can train them, we can get them worked up, and then we can move them up and they can see a path for their career. And so, like I say, that's why this is an admin 1, bottom level, bring them in, filing, doing the basics. The higher level stuff, of course, is done by the director, the human resources director, which is Abel, of course. So, and then they're hoping that they can move on and get up to other things. So that's the whole idea that you try. Even though we're a small organization and most departments are never going to be more than 3 or 4 people, it's still good to have upward mobility.
Okay. Any other comments? Do we know what we want to do here?
this is Commissioner Hill again. Like I say, I think, like Wendy said, I think we're probably getting way off topic on whether we hire a HR rep or don't hire an HR rep. Again, I'm going to stick with my original thoughts. I think we really need to look at the structure prior to adding any more people to that department.
Okay, fair enough.
What would happen if, well, what do you get when you combine your compensation with this compensation? Okay, we're looking at what you get for
It would,
the job that you do.
It would be reduced.
No,
salary would be
it's, okay. What is the, Ron brought up and you've also brought up, Dave's brought up that it's the cost involved in this, and to get an HR may be, a little more expensive. If we combined yours and combined this one and then split them in half, you would have an amount of money that we could look at. And, we would have two different positions there. How would they how would they be as far as where they should be?
Well, I believe that you would be talking about, I'm sorry to say this, a demotion for me, because you're changing my job description to read that it performs human resource representative level type work with director level. It wouldn't make sense to have those two items combined. And then I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, but I almost feel like it'd be a penalizing action for.
No, it's no, it's not personal. Now you
I
got
didn't
to
say it was
look at
personal.
it. Okay. If we split them, okay, because you're getting compensated for two jobs, correct?
For the assistant and.
For what you do today, you're getting compensated for two jobs.
No, the way the compensation works is that we've taken ranges for assistant and human resources director and have taken the averages for both. So it's really kind of a middle of both. It's not, I'd be making over 200,000 if I was getting compensated for both individually, but we've taken those amounts and determined an amount, a median amount based on both of those, an average.
Okay, but I'd like to see the complete, if we went to an HR and we went to a assistant manager, I would like to see what that looks like as far as.
Absolutely, I can definitely get you that information.
Because you've got, $60,000 here to work with. So, we could look at that also.
Wendy Baxkin, I know it's hard not to have back and forth, but I really want to suggest once again that we either talk about only the administrative clerk 1 position or that you table this entire discussion for a future meeting. NRS 241 talks about deliberation, which is a violation of open meeting law as it pertains to separating departments. That kind of discussion, and deliberate means collectively to examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for and against action. The term includes without limitation the collective discussion or exchange of facts preliminary to the ultimate discussion. So this is a preliminary discussion to a future agenda topic.
I have one other question I want to throw it out, and it does pertain to this, I believe, Ms. Maddox, but you hire this person. If we go ahead and go with this and we hire this person, would they be working just under you as an assistant manager, or would they be working under you in the human resources department?
They'd be working as an administrative clerk 1 under human resources, but under the county manager's office. So, for example, when Emma was over there, she would.
So then who would they go to if they had problems with HR?
The county manager.
Yeah, they get, the collective bargaining agreement applies to all employees. So if they had a problem with him and couldn't work it out, you come to the county manager.
Well, our positions are considered confidential. So the collective bargaining agreement, I'm sorry, Mr. Mendiola, wouldn't necessarily, all of those rules wouldn't necessarily apply to that individual. Our office, the comptroller's office, judicial staff, we're not subject to the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement. So a lot of intricacies there.
Well, not technically,
No, but
generally that's what would happen.
yes. And also our
That's what we
policies,
do.
our policies allow for if there's conflict between, let's say the individual's not, they're not comfortable going to either of us, they can go to the district attorney.
Then they got to work with you. That's where these guys.
And that's the same in any department, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Make a motion. We're done discussing.
Let's see where it lays here. I would make a motion that we allow the Assistant County Manager, Human Resources Director to fill a position or vacancy in the Human Resources Department with a full-time Administrative Clerk 1 position.
Okay, motion is on the floor for the discussion. I guess that I've got to kind of agree with Jesse that I think we need a plan before we hire anybody else. Long term, looking at this long term.
I'm happy to provide that to you as well. Part of my job is strategic staffing, so planning ahead for the future. So I can definitely get something to you.
And so in other words, I'm not saying that I'm opposed to this. I just like to table this for now. Have you bring that back to us.
And we can add, this Commissioner Hill, we can get with them I can get with Abel on the questions that I have. I do have some questions that if we could get clarification on them, then.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I'd withdraw my motion then.
Table?
I would move that we table this at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor to table it. Any further discussion on that one, on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 So Abel, yeah, if you could bring that back, we'll go through this again.
Can you clarify what French voted on?
Actually, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, sorry. Commissioner French, could you star 6? Because you're muted right now. I had to mute you because you had a lot of background noise.
Mr. French,
There he is.
I hope you followed that discussion.
You're in.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Did you follow that discussion and are you heard where we ended up with that? We ended up tabling it.
I did. I heard that. I heard it all. I just I was muted and didn't realize it, and I voted in favor.
Okay. Okay, so the motion passes unanimously then.
And Wendy Maddox, I just want to, Deputy DA, I just want to clarify in regards to Commissioner Hill's question. It's completely okay if all of you want to meet with Abel or Dave separately on any topic, whether it be this or something else. I just would ask that whatever culminates from those discussions, that you don't then go and share them with another commissioner, and then we get into maybe some hot areas in regard to serial communications and violations of open meeting law.
Fair enough.
We are on item 20, request to enter into agreement with Grannis for possible action. Consideration, discussion, and possible approval to enter into an agreement with Grannis which provides and maintains the county's meetings and agenda management system in an amount not to exceed $18,152 in 1 year, which includes a one-time setup cost of $5,300 and pending review and approval of the district attorney's office. The annual maintenance will be $13,751.64 in year 2 and $14,714 in 25 cents in year 3. The agreement is for service for 36 months and includes setup, configuration, training, and maintenance. Discussion and possible action. County Manager, would you like to?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola, County Manager for the record. So Granicus is a company that we have been using for approximately 5.5 years now. We started using them in 2016 or so, March of 2016. And in the past, the way we did our agendas was we just did a Word document, and which was it took a lot of work to do it by Word. So we went to Granicus, and it's a software program that allows us to, set up the meetings the way you see them on paper here. But there's a lot of it we've never used. There's a lot of services within that companies and their software sets that we just never got around to engaging. So what we did recently is we went over to Elko County, who is a big user of Granicus, and they've got all the pieces and parts in place. So we really wanted to experience what it would be like if we had everything. And I knew that it would be good. I just don't think I really understood it until you see it. And so what Elko County is able to do is not only generate an agenda like we do, but because they've got the latest and greatest software and they've got some additional pieces that you can use. For example, the minutes, getting the minutes on a more timely basis. In addition to that, it also streams the system. So we upload recordings. Today, what we have to do is we record them in Teams. We have to go find them, which in the Teams system is pretty difficult to do. And once we find them, then we have to upload them to YouTube. And for example, on a recent healthcare meeting, or a recent commission meeting, we were taken off of YouTube because of a comment under public comment. And so our stuff wasn't there. So that would eliminate that. It would just go right to our website, and there would be no, subjecting anybody's comments or anything else to that, any outside standard. So in other words, what we can do with this is a lot. In addition to that, the software that we've been using hasn't been updated for probably 3 years. And and if you recall, back in 2019, actually 2019 is when you approved it. We were going to move to a different company. And we took them a year to do it. That was a very difficult piece to work through that with that other company. And we finally got it implemented, started, and we did one meeting, and it was what they delivered to us was not what they showed us. So it was a kind of a disaster. And so we abandoned it after one meeting because it was so much more difficult to work with. So after we worked that out with that company, we went back to Granicus, and that's when we decided we were going to go to Elko County. So Elko County has everything that you're seeing in this proposal here, and that's what we're going to do. So what we've talked about is Emma Dumond, who's in Tammy's office, is excellent with software and that type of thing. She's going to drive this for us and get this implemented. Along with myself and Michelle and Tammy. And so this will be very helpful to the clerk, and I'll let her talk about that part. Uploading these to our website, these recordings. Then most important from my perspective is it works so much better, the new software, than what we currently have. It's much easier to deal with. Is there anything else you want to add to that?
I think the part that I like about it is taking out what I do, what Dave does, is the public access availability and the transparency. So for an example, when you go to Elko County's webpage to their commission meetings, and let's say you're interested in the opioid lawsuit, you type into the search bar opioid lawsuit, it will bring up every commission agenda where they've discussed that. You click on that item within that agenda, it takes you directly to that portion of the meeting where it's discussed because we're time stamping as we go through. It takes you to the minutes of that section. It takes you to the backup of that section. So rather than someone having to call my office and saying, hey, can you research and find out how many times they've discussed the opioid litigation in the county commission meetings over the last few years, the public can go right to our website and will be able to look that up themselves. They'll be able to download the recordings if they want them. And more importantly, it creates that index for the items themselves. The index program we used in the past was the AS400, which it failed a number of years ago. So right now your index is me. Or going through and searching on Google through commission agendas to find the items that have been discussed. But with this will put it completely, when Commissioner Hill wants to know what was discussed at this specific thing, instead of having to call me or Abel and have us transmit that to him or find it on YouTube. I don't know how many of you have tried to do that, but it is somewhat difficult to actually search if you don't get a link from whomever's placed it. He can go in, type in the item, and that is posted. Well, it's tied to the agenda itself, so it's posted immediately upon completion of the meetings. So the minute part does make it easier. It has things built in. There's templates and stuff with votes and attendance. It also gives the ability for, if you choose to use it for the public on the agenda, to send in their comments specific to items via the website. There's a lot of little other things that are there, but I think the biggest part is the accessibility for the public to these recordings and stuff. So if you have any, if you want, go check out Elko's site. It's pretty cool.
Is that only for going forward? Will it be able to go back on some of our meetings? Or?
I think they've indicated they can work with us on that. That may take a little more time because we obviously would have to obtain all those recordings and then backload them. But I think they can work with us on that if we choose to move that way.
Sounds interesting.
This is Commissioner Hill. So the YouTube example actually happened to me. The last commission meeting, I had a constituent that wanted to hear the last half of that meeting. They were unable to attend, so they requested the meeting from me. Of course, I got with Abel, and Abel said, well, I've uploaded it to YouTube, but here's a problem. Somebody's flagged it, community standards. I can't get it to upload. Let me give you access to the server. And it was a lot of back and forth. And I don't think we should let YouTube determine what we can and can't post. And, we should be living up to Humboldt County standards, not YouTube standards. So, with that benefit of that, we can keep all of our stuff on our site. Nobody can flag it. We can police that ourselves. If there's a swear word or something we need to bleep out, I guess we do that ourselves. If it goes against somebody else's agenda, so be it. There's two sides. We don't have YouTube deciding what we post and what we don't post. So I think it's great that we can be transparent that way and get it right up to our site, and probably fairly quickly after a meeting. I would think we could probably have that stuff right up. So
because Emma does the recording, it would just, it's an aspect of the program.
Yeah.
You would then upload to tie to the agenda.
Yeah.
Once the recording completes.
The way it is right now, it really helps me because I get a lot of calls. Hey, this agenda, where's this agenda? Can you forward me this? I say, hey, go to the county website. The whole packet's right there. Then it saves me a lot of commission work, I guess, doing that. But I think it's.
I got to say, for all of it, it sounds like it does. It doesn't break the bank. It doesn't look like either. maybe I'm getting numb to numbers, but it doesn't seem like.
Well, and we're already paying for the service, so it just adds some additional cost to it, essentially. And I guess the other part if we're being transparent, so when we made that switch from the other company, we stopped paying Granicus. So we haven't paid them for 2 years. And so when I returned to them, because I wanted them to call me, they wouldn't call me. And so I finally talked to the head of sales, and they looked back and they were just letting us use the free version, essentially being nice people. And so anyway, so we saved about, quite a bit of money.
We don't owe anything for that.
We don't owe anything, no. No, they were happy to just get us back as a full-time customer. So.
Sure. Any other comments on this one? If not, I don't have any. Is there a motion?
Yeah. You gonna tackle it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I would make a motion that we approve to enter an agreement with Granicus, which provides and maintains the county's meetings and agenda management system in the amount not to exceed $18,152 in year one. And it would also include a one-time setup fee of $5,300. This will be pending approval of the DA's office. The annual maintenance will be $13,751.64 in year two and $14,714.25 in year three. This agreement is for service for 36 months, including all the setup configurations, training, and maintenance.
Okay.
I hope that made sense.
Motion's on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, Commissioner French. All right. We didn't skip anything, did we? It kind of jumped around. So we're on item 20.
I think we're good, yes.
Staff memo and contract. Oh, never mind. 21, 2022 county calendar. Consideration, discussion, possible approval of the 2022 county manager's event calendar of events, including dates for county commission meetings and other internal and external events. Discussion, possible action.
Hi, Mr. Chair, Dave Mendiola. So this is, we usually bring this calendar before the board in the late November meeting, primarily to give you your first view of it. And with the idea of eventually we need to approve this, which will come in December 13th, the final version of this. So today, really the process is to, and this past week, if you've had a chance to review, is just to look at these and make sure that you don't see something that we've missed. This gets circulated to the management team, and in terms of make sure that, for example, if you look in January, on January 5th, that's the management team. MT is management team. And so those are usually the first Wednesday after the first meeting of the month. And then vouchers are due on the 12th, for example. The Regional Planning Commission meeting is the second Thursday of each month. And then, of course, we have a quarterly landfill meeting. So, and then, of course, the holidays are plugged in, and then every payday are plugged in. And the payday is really to help employees to be able to look at that and know that they're going to have their ESS, our electronic time card, submitted by that Monday prior to that. So that's helps them to do that. Because believe it or not, people forget when they're supposed to have those in, which I don't think I've ever had that problem. Wanted to be sure I got paid. And then, of course, as you can see down in June, it's got fiscal year end is in there in a different color. And that, again, tells our employees, our management team specifically, as well as those administrative clerks and stuff, that any vouchers, any end of year things have to be completed by that time. And so So that's what you're looking at here. The yellow, of course, are the county commission meetings. You'll notice in January and March are two busy months because we have our regular two commission meetings. And then we also have the retreat in January. Usually that's not 2 days, it's 1 day. I always put 2 on there just in case we decide that there's a lot of materials you want to cover and we need 2 days to do it. But most of the time that's a 1-day event. In March, of course, the budget hearings is that last week of March, the 28th and 29th. And again, same thing. We put aside 2 days, and if we need to come back on the second day, we've, from an open meeting law standpoint, we've planned for that. We can come back on a second day. And then, so those are the general things just to make you aware of. There are a couple of months where we only have 1 meeting. July is one such month. If you notice that, it's the 5th. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, there's another one on December, but July is one of the months that we only have 1 meeting.
We have 2 meetings.
Well, there's a landfill meeting. It's a
Yes,
landfill.
5th and the 18th.
That's a landfill meeting.
Oh,
County Commission
too.
and meeting.
County
Oh, maybe we did, because in the past we had gone to 1. You're right.
That was when Garley was here.
We went with 1 until last year. We had 2 last.
That's right. That's right. She didn't separate it by color, so that's why I got confused there. We need to make that a different color there too. And then, of course, December, the 1 meeting in December.
And based on how the meetings land this year, this time, as you know, 2022 is an election year, but it doesn't require a shift of approval dates. Like sometimes you'll move the meetings to approve the election. You will probably have to convene a special meeting to do that, but I don't have the exact dates yet.
Yeah. Okay. So you want us to just review this and you're gonna bring it back for?
Yeah, I'll bring it back on December 13th, but I just want you to be aware of it and give you the explanation of it today.
Okay.
I couldn't pull this up, Dave, the other day off of this.
Okay.
He just pulled his up off of it. Can I get a hard copy of that?
Sure. Michelle, if you're listening, could you please print one for Commissioner Haas? Yeah, on that, Commissioner, is when you're in the agenda, if you go in the agenda that's on the website, if you go down to those highlighted areas that are the documents, they're in a different color. If
They're
you
blue in their PDF.
Right. If you left click on it and then you open it up as a separate tab, there's several options, but if you left click with your mouse and then go to the top, select the first one that's at the top, and then that will open this up.
I've opened everything else on.
Oh, I just didn't that one.
It wasn't open that one.
Okay. Sometimes I
had a
actually
few
solve
words to
problems,
say
not
to
very
the
often.
computer.
Yeah, so we'll get you a copy of it.
Okay, so it says for possible action, do I need to say we're tabling this or are we good?
Yeah, just no action necessary.
This will be brought back to us in December, Dave?
Correct.
Okay. So we're tabling it for now. There's no action on this.
Yeah, so I would just ask each of you to take a look at it, make sure you don't see something that's unusual.
Oh, I never found that.
Of course not. So yeah, just look for that and then come back. When you come back on the meeting on the 13th, you can bring up any issues you have or concerns.
Miscellaneous reports and correspondence. Commissioner Hill, would you like to start?
Sure. Commissioner Hill, I had a meeting November 11th, Paradise Valley Conservation District. I was gone. I missed that meeting. Humboldt Development Authority, we had a meeting on November 17th. I was at that meeting. And one of the things we brought up was creating that fund, that US 95 fund, or 95 I-80. And that came before us today, so that just regular business. I went through all the bills for the futures. It came in under budget, so great event and didn't spend a lot of money. That's all I have.
Yep. Commissioner Ross?
This is Commissioner Haas. 11/8/21 Airport Board meeting. I was able to attend that virtually. It was business as usual, and we set prices on hangar rentals. We hadn't done that in many years. On 11/8/21, there was LAPC. I was not able to attend that one. And then the museum board on 11/9, I was not able to attend that either. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tippett?
I had a RAC meeting on November 16th. It was the first one that we'd had since the reorganization of the RACs. And didn't talk about a lot of different things. Elko County went over their report, what they were doing. Our BLM office did the same. I guess the big thing out of it is they told us how many horses they had removed on the Black Rock, and they had a total of 527 on the Black Rock. They released one, instead jumped the fence and go. But that one was done because of the drought and no water, lack of water. And so there were no other ones released there. The Owyhee gathers, they gathered a total of 934. And then they released 195 studs, 162 mares. The mares were given the shot so they couldn't get pregnant for a year. So that was basically that. They said they're working right now on getting buildings ready, or getting ready to build buildings at the sand dunes for bathrooms and whatnot, to make sand dunes a more recreation friendly place. What else did they talk about? They talked about Lithium, Nevada, and Packer Pass, but nothing new than what we had reported before. And that was it.
Okay. Commissioner French, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have anything?
I have, on the 18th and 19th, I had Public Land Steering Committee as well as Board of Directors for NACO. I have more complete notes sitting on my desk in Winnemucca, so I'll defer my comments on those meetings until the next meeting.
Very good. Thank you. I had a CVA meeting, but I wasn't able to attend, and so I don't have anything to report this time. So next on our agenda is future agenda items.
Mr. Chair, so I've established 4 from the meeting today: public hearing for the acceptance of Sabin, stirrup and spur into the road system. Of course, today was the Set 2 meeting, so not sure when that'll happen, whether that'll be December or January. Public hearing, obviously, for the nuisance on the Sakurada, that was discussed. That will probably come back on the 13th, I understand, but I'm not sure of that. And then bring back the HR director request for the admin clerk position with a plan for the long term. And then, of course, the county calendar.
This is Commissioner Haas. Dave, on that bringing back the one we tabled today, you had suggested that we look at and into next year's budgets and different stuff also. Would that be a better time to bring it to the retreat or to the, because we're going to have like they said, a robust possibly discussion on this and how, we could do it?
Yeah, and like I said, I didn't give you a date on that one because I think that's probably the better place for it, would be a retreat where we can have some substantive conversation within OML for Wendy's sake, for everybody's sake. But yeah, that's fine. Probably, I would think the retreat would be the best place, so